Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones.
We know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals. Come and join guest designer Louise Jacobson on our Wirework Rings course. Louise will guide you through how to design a combination of ring styles and shapes. You will learn a variety of techniques, including how to use a ring mandrel, how to design bands and shanks, and how to attach gemstones. The full course includes a selection of colours and gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, and a visit to our museum. All of this for $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. Very exciting evening for you, as always. But this evening, I have to say, the team have put a lot of effort into the hero products that we're going to bring you. So every half an hour or so here on JewelleryMaker, we're going to bring you a very special deal. And the idea is that tonight, a lot of them are going to complement one another so that you can create one piece of jewellery from a lot of the promotional items that we bring you at past on the top of the hour. I should just say before we get started, my name's Ed and I am joined by Sam on cameras. There it is. That's not Ed McKay. Trying to steal my 15 minutes there, Sam, weren't you? Yeah, Sam and Pete. Let's get Sam and Pete's straps sorted out. So it says, Tech Up Sam. Or rather, resident designer Sam, I should say, because she's doing a lot of jewellery making for us here on The Late Show, just to give people some inspiration, give an idea of how well certain items go together. We've also got Pete on floor. Liam is producing the show this evening, so he's in charge of all the products and the prices. Bruce is on the wheels of steel, directing the show, so he's going to be bringing us all the exciting shots of the jewellery. So, yes, without further ado, we should probably get underway. I should just tell you, we have got a couple of premiere launches this evening, Citrine and Sky Blue Apatite. Sky Blue Apatite is going to go together with a lot of the other items we're going to bring you. Oh, Pete, thank you very much. Now, look at this. This is literally just arrived from the warehouse, a brand new strand of Citrine, November's birthstone. But for me, a very summery gemstone, I think. It's got those golden sunshine hues coming through from your Citrine. You are not going to believe the price point we can give you on this particular strand. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It does represent very, very high quality Citrine, but because here at JewelleryMaker we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, because we can source gemstones in such a unique way, we can now bring you price points of under £10 for faceted birthstones with that kind of clarity, and the clarity continues. Have a look at this. This is our superstar buy this evening. Coming up as our final shop opportunity of the evening, around about 8:45, Sky Blue Apatite. I mean, clues in the title there, isn't it? Rich sky blue hues. Absolutely phenomenal. And once again, gorgeous clarity, beautifully faceted. You've got your top drill drops there, perfect for creating matching sets of jewellery or petals for your floral motifs. Lots of different jewellery making applications for that particular strand, coming up at an exclusive launch price. Not one to be ignored, but it's coming up at the end of the show. We are going to kick the show off with a money-saving deal, of course. We've got your twisted wires here, and we've got them in the most traditional metallic tone, so silver and gold colour tones there. you've got 10 metres of your 1mm silver and gold wire. You've got 10 metres of your 0.4mm in your silver twisted wire, and 10 metres of your 0.4mm gauge in your gold wire. Now, when I think about it, I'm thinking, was this bundle inspired by something a designer said to us, Liam? Was it the designer saying they always work with 1mm and 0.4mm? I remember that phrase last week. Yes, he's agreeing with me, he said, yeah. That's where it came from. Because, of course, your 1mm traditionally is used for your structural work, and your 0.4mm is used for your detailing or your weaving and your binding. So these are two very complementary gauges of wire. And you've got the 0.4 in the gold, the 0.4 in the silver. I should just say they're still twisted. And then you've got the 1mm in your silver and gold together. You can see that one, that's very clear to see. So, your twisted wire here, 30 metres in total. The two, probably the most essential gauges to own, and of course, the very popular and traditional metallic tones in the form of your silver and your gold. And of course, this evening here on The Late Show, we're going to give you a discount deal. Now, whenever we take these items and bundle them together, we create a unique discount code, and whenever those codes are created, I think on the morning show they're available for 24 hours, the bundles, or, you know, until the stock availability runs out. But on the late show, the bundles, just like the price reductions, are only available for 60 minutes. So this deal, down from $14.35 to under £10, will only be available for the next 59 minutes or so. So if you do have an interest in experimenting with the twisted wires, or if you're an experienced wire worker who's fallen in love with these twisted wires because of that sort of structural work they allow, because they're a little bit denser, aren't they? They're actually slightly higher gauge, I think, because the two dimensions are twisted together. I think they're slightly higher gauges, so it allows you to really experiment, be a little bit more robust in the way you're working with your wires, which is always important. Under £10 for 3 reels of wire. As we know here at JewelleryMaker, we offer you the best value on the market, not just for your genuine gemstones, but also for your essential components such as your wire. And of course, wire work is really considered our most popular discipline here, or we certainly have more designers, DVDs and workshops dedicated to wire work than any other discipline. And we've had a question from Megan already. This is the way to do it, guys. Get involved early. Could you use the twisted wire for tiaras? Great question, Megan. Fantastic question, because the combination of the hero products that we're going to put together this evening is to create a tiara design. Well, I've let the cat out the bag, but it's all thanks to Megan's fantastic question. They are perfect for creating tiara designs because you've got that slightly larger density, and so you can afford to be, as I say, a little bit more experimental, a little bit more playful with the wire in terms of incorporating your gemstones into those designs. And by the end of the show, we're going to have a fantastic tiara design to show you that will cover off a lot of our hero products. This is the first of them. You'll need the twisted wires to create the tiara design. And then we've got Shell Pearl coming up. We've got Sky Blue Apatite coming up. And we've also got the tiaras themselves. So we're going to bring you the hairband bundle around about 8:30. In fact, this is everything we gave to Sam, and she's created a tiara design for us. As I say, Sam is becoming a little bit of a resident designer, certainly for our late show. And I should say, rather excitingly, Sam has got her first trade show coming up next week. So she's going to a craft fair, aren't you? And you've booked out your stall and you're all ready for action. Good luck. What were you saying about twisted wire, Sam?
Laura gave me a bit of a tip.
Laura Binding gave you a tip?
If you do find it difficult to wrap the twisted, yeah.
Come out here. Come and get on my microphone. So basically, just to explain, as we were just talking about wire work, Laura Binding's actually been running
A workshop.
a workshop, but what is it for?
Cabochon wrapping.
Cabochon wrapping, so probably for quite experienced, or probably middle group,
Yeah.
intermediate wire work, of course, today. And so you went to see her to get some advice to make your tiara. And what was that advice? Sorry to put my arm around you, just so
That's
you
all
can
right.
get in my microphone.
If you do find difficulty doing the twisted wire, what you do is you just untwist the end of it, twist it round so it's much more like bendy in a way,
yes.
and then you can leave the twisted design to do the rest of your design, so you can still see.
So
the
you
twist.
actually undo the
Less
twisting just to
fiddly
get
for you.
yourself started,
Yeah.
and then the twisted wire will work
Yeah,
for
then
the
it
rest of
will
your
work
binding.
perfectly for you.
There you go.
But you would be able to.
High five.
You would be able to.
What's wrong with your arm?
Oh, it's only a rock climbing accident.
Oh,
don't
right,
worry.
you sprained your wrist rock climbing, I see. Probably good if a big bloke smacks your hand then. Genius. Oh, before we go on as well, I'm really sorry to do this and get in trouble for my producer, but I also have to say, I dropped my daughter off at an exciting birthday party today, and I know that both her and her friend are both into JewelleryMaker, both into crafting and making jewellery designs, so I have to say, have fun, Sophie, but more importantly, happy birthday, Eleanor! So there you go, it's Eleanor's 9th birthday, and she's celebrating it, and she's, there you go. A big wave from all the gang at JewelleryMaker, Eleanor. So happy birthday. Yet you see, and I did post on Facebook that I dipped into my present drawer when the invitation came in. See, I told you. Eddie Lawson, the domestic god. Oh, wow. Okay, we've had quite a lot of interest in this twisted wire deal, but not enough. That's a great idea. So basically, because my producer Liam and resident designer Sam have been in cahoots with the tiara design they're going to come up with, Liam is so confident that everybody's going to want to make the tiara design that Sam's creating by the end of the show that he's taken another couple of pounds off the twisted wire deal to make it as accessible as possible, get everybody up and running. And as I say, you're going to need this item by the end of the show because everyone's going to want to not necessarily recreate the tiara design, but maybe take it in their own direction. So we certainly feel you're going to be inspired by that design, and so we're trying to make the wire as affordable as possible. We're taking it down to £7.95. That's virtually a half price deal. It should be well over £14. So if you do want to add this to your order, £7.95 represents incredible value, and half the stock had been allocated at £9.95. Don't panic if you came through early. That just guaranteed your reel. Everyone will pay the same final low price, and if you are now entering a short queue, because this does seem to be very popular at £7.95, don't panic. It's a free phone number. You can be answered in the order in which you dial, and as ever, that deal will only be available for 60 minutes. So even if you are umming and ahhing, maybe you haven't quite taken the plunge with the twisted wire yet, this is your opportunity to get some home and make an informed decision. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, and congratulations to Jeanette. You have multi-bought this deal, as has... Oh, lots of anonymous buyers. Sorry, so I can't read your names out. But yeah, yes, very, very good deal. Great value, as ever, from us here at JewelleryMaker. And we're going to move on. So getting that while there's still stock available. It's only available for 60 minutes. What are we moving on to, sorry? Oh, we're going to do a bit of a clearance section. Clearance section with a bit of a difference. Whenever we try to offer you clearance deals, we try to bring you wholesale deals so that you can really replenish a lot of your stocks in more of a way that works for you as a jewellery maker. If you're selling your designs, you want to replenish your stocks, you want to get as much as you can for as little as possible. So that's the way we're going to approach clearance from now on. Where are we going to then? Okay, I'm going to start off with, ooh, now these are beautiful. Now this is hot pink. Cool. Oh, sorry, I've picked up the wrong one. My apologies. These are icy tones, aren't they? Ice quartz, it's in fact named. So there you go. It does have a very icy finish to it, actually. And this is a clearance deal. So you get 2 strands as part of this deal. So normally, if you were to buy 2 of these, it would cost you $29.90, which means it's $14.95. So normally 1 strand of these, actually, do you know what? It almost looks like sort of ice cubes, doesn't it? It's got that sort of a cloudy clarity, if you like. So you have got clarity. The light does shine through the gemstone, but there's a little bit of texture there. It's going to add a little bit of density to the design. You get 125 carats on each strand, so in total you're going to get 240 carats of ice quartz here. As I say, normally $14.95 per strand, $29.90 in total, but as part of a clearance deal, we're going to give you both of these strands this evening for under £20, so it should be $29.90. So that's essentially like buy one, get one for £3, isn't it? Should be $14.95 each. This evening, add 2 strands to your order for just $17.95. It's a great way to get hold of 2 gems of distinction strands, but at a clearance price. This is how we're going to approach clearance so that we can give you the best possible value from now on, because we know there are so many jewellery makers out there who are now trying to turn their hobby into a small business. I know there's a lot of hobbyists out there, but of course, because our aim here at JewelleryMaker is to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, we have to approach things from a wholesale point of view. Of course, if you are a hobbyist and you're making designs for yourself, you're still able to take advantage of this incredible value, but unfortunately, due to the way we work here at JewelleryMaker, it's a little bit difficult for us to take items to ridiculous lows. We don't want to devalue the gemstones, and of course we've got a lot of costs we incur by bringing the strands to you here on live TV and shipping them out to you, and so the best value we can offer you is by bundling them together and taking that price point down. Normally it would be £29.90. This evening you can get 2 strands for just $17.95. As I say, we've got a lot of clearance deals to get through, and because I picked up the wrong strand, Liam's rolling with the punches, and he's now going to bring you this strand of hot pink. Is it quartz? Yes, I thought so. I didn't want to say quartz if it was quartzite, but it is quartz, and these are through-drilled, faceted pear drops. They're faceted beautifully, aren't they? And because you've got that very sort of vibrant yet feminine colour tone, these are going to lend themselves to so many different designs, because of course you can tone that colour down by maybe matching it up with a bit of pink quartz. And I should just say I'm wearing a little pink quartz today. So, there you go. Rose quartz, of course. So there you go. It works perfect there to tone it down a little, but if you did want to play on those very vibrant colour tones, you can match it up with maybe, I'm thinking of colour blocking, so more vibrant colour tones. Should be $15.90 normally, so that's $7.95 normally. Oh, but 2 strands this evening is $9.95, so that's essentially buy one, get one for £2. These are genuine gemstones, and we're now able to bring you over 500 carats of hot pink quartz for under £10. That is amazing. Normally you get 280 carats for $7.95. This evening, as part of our clearance package, you can add 560 carats of pink quartz to your order for $9.95. That is really impressive, isn't it? This is our best way of offering you incredible value for genuine gemstones. As I say, here at JewelleryMaker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and so we've got very long-standing relationships with the mine owners and the gemstone suppliers across the world. Been operating for around about 10 years, our sister channel Gems TV, and over the last 4 years, JewelleryMaker's really developed and expanded at a rate of knots, and so now we can now take advantage of those relationships that we have with the mine owners and pass the savings on to you to allow you to make the most profitable designs you can if you're selling your designs, or of course to get the highest possible quality gemstones into your designs if you're making for yourself or to give as gifts. Should be $15.90, but this evening a double deal for $9.95. We're going to move on though. There are 2 packs of felt. Here you go. So this is for anybody who likes the mixed medium designs, and of course we've seen Gemma Crow using the felt to great effect in her designs. In fact, she can make her own beads out of the felt and everything, can't you? Of course, you've got a number of different techniques you can employ with your felt, because you can do the wet felting, or you can just simply use your needle. You've got a variety of colours here, baby blue, you've got the lemon, you've got the crocus colour, you've got the tangerine, you've got two different kinds of purple there. Well, one's crocus, one's sort of amethyst purple. And then you've got the spring green or peridot green there. So if you do want to get involved, once again, it would normally cost you $29.90, so normally one pack is $14.95. But once again, this evening we're going to give you a clearance deal, a double deal in fact, and it's the equivalent of buying one, getting one for £3. This would normally cost you $14.95. This evening, buy one, get one for £3, and you can see how they have been used to great effect by Gemma. Thank you, Sam. And look at this. See how you can actually use it almost for the neckline as well. Well, you can use it for the neckline. Love the copper coloured wire. Almost creates quite a vintage finish to a very contemporary look, doesn't it? Do you know what? Looking at that, not being funny, but why can't I undo a simple toggle class? I'm not very clever. It looks like a sporran. Doesn't it look like a sporran? The design there, that sort of bib design. If you don't know what a sporran is, it's what you wear with a kilt. I should know. I'm going the wrong way. There you go. But you can actually create some very beautiful designs. And I love the mixture of the two mediums, because of course you've got the softer finish from the material and the gemstone finish with the metallic tones. Absolutely gorgeous. So normally one pack would cost you $14.95. You buy one pack as part of our clearance deal, you can have another one for just £3. And of course, felt is used in a variety of different crafts, isn't it? So maybe you're not just using this to create jewellery design. So great deal, great way to stock up on your felt. Gonna move on though. Oh, I'll tell you what. This is another double deal as part of our clearance segment of the show. This is going to prove to be very, very popular, I believe. I'm just thinking, we've got this strand of citrine coming up soon. Oh, look at that for a lemon and lime design. 2 strands of prehnite here. Now, normally you get over 600 carats in one strand. This evening, we're going to offer you 1,200 carats, well over 1,200 carats in fact, of prehnite, and I love this gemstone. You've got that beautiful variation of colour tones from those bright pastel spring greens ranging right up into those deep emerald and forest greens with the inclusions. And it's not only going to add texture in the form of the inclusions themselves, but just have a look at the cuts. Massive faceted nuggets that are going to make a real impact on your designs. Not a ridiculous variation in the sizes, but enough to make each gemstone have its own personality, or its own identity if you like, ranging in size from 16 by 10 to 18 by 11. The size of the facets on each face of the gemstone are phenomenal. Love it, because you get that beautiful sparkle despite the fact that you've got quite an organic finish to the gemstones themselves with those irregularities. Normally, this would be $11.95 per strand, which means that if you wanted to buy 2 strands of prehnite, normally it'd be $23.90, but tonight you can add 2 strands for $14.95. Once again, so you can buy one, get one for £3. Absolutely ridiculous. This is the best way for us to offer you the most fantastic margin, the most fantastic value, which allows you to increase your profit margins as a jewellery maker. If you are selling your designs, maybe you don't usually sell your designs, but when you're sort of bulk buying in this way, maybe you could start to sell your designs. You only need probably, what, 1 or 2 or 3 of these to make a real statement in your designs, wouldn't you? In fact, you could wire wrap these rather fantastically. We only have a limited number of this particular bundle. Well over 1,200 carats of prehnite here, and it's essentially the equivalent of buy one, get one for £3. You'd normally pay £11.95 for 1 strand. Tonight we've created a clearance double deal. So buy one, get one for £3. 1,260 carats of prehnite for £14.95. If you know of anywhere else that offers you this kind of value, I would suggest they're not giving you as high quality of gemstones. Of course, we pride ourselves on being able to source some of the highest quality and some of the largest carat weights available. And it looks like that one could be a sellout. We only have a handful remaining in stock, and of course these bundles available for 60 minutes only. We're going to move on to the little leaf beads. Brilliant. Love this. Love the finish on these. Now these are gold plated sterling silver. They're almost like little fern leaves, if you like. Look beautiful, don't they? And of course you get to add a great deal of opulence into your design when you're working with gold plated sterling silver. Over the last few weeks we've started to think about the fact that gold is becoming rarer and rarer because, of course, we're not finding new deposits of this precious metal, and so we're expecting to see an increase in the price on precious metals across the board, not just here at JewelleryMaker, but as an industry as a whole. We're expecting to see an increase on the price you're going to have to pay for your precious metals, and of course, with the price of gold increasing, it means the demands on sterling silver are going to increase, and therefore I expect to see the price going up on that as well. Can't guarantee any of this, of course. It is all based on what's going on within the industry, but of course they are informed opinions by some industry experts who suggest that really if we took all of the available gold in the whole world, we'd only fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. So there's not a lot of gold available at the moment. So as we move forward, if your customers have become, accustomed to investing in gold-plated sterling silver, those opportunities might become a little bit few and far between. Now, normally, if you were to buy 10 of these, it would cost you $19.90. You normally get 5 in a pack, I should just say. We've doubled it up. We've taken it to $12.90, and my producers just put, oh dear. Of course. Yes. So there you go. We have a quite a clear pricing structure for our website, and we went to $12.90, but the management team want everything to end in 95. So I love that, producer Liam, because I'm pretty sure they didn't mean give money away. I think you would have got away with it. But anyway, it's a massive boon to all of our jewellery makers out there, because you just saved another 95p, didn't you? He says, well, they said don't go to $12.90, so his hands are tied. He's had to go even lower, down to $11.95. A massive saving for all the jewellery makers out there. One thing you have to consider is if you are selling your designs, maybe like Sam, you've got your first craft fair coming up over the next few weeks, and to be honest, if you're trying to sort of decipher what kind of price points you should be aiming for, one thing that will help you to set you apart from other jewellery makers and also to justify the price points you want to achieve is working with precious metals. People are going to almost be prepared to pay a premium when they see the finish is using gold-plated sterling silver, particularly items like this that have so much detail, so much character, and almost feed in to the design process themselves. Detailed leaf beads, normally you'd get 5 for $9.95, but today you can have 10 for $11.95. That is a true clearance deal, isn't it? That's the way to get hold of these. And I've got lots of people multi-buying this particular deal. That is showing me that we've got very successful and experienced jewellery makers who are selling their designs, or maybe these particular items have just made a big impact on certain designers they have got a lot of detail there, haven't they? I know that floral motifs are so popular, so if you can create the sort of the accent beads are used gold-plated sterling silver, again, that's going to elevate your designs onto that next level. Should be $19.90 right now. Add it to your order for the clearance deal of $11.95. That is a huge saving there, and that actually brings the clearance segment to a close. All of those deals still will be available on our website for the next 45 minutes or so, although a lot of them have sold out, I'm afraid. That's what happens when we bring you this kind of value here at JewelleryMaker. But without further ado, time for me to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for a very exciting deal, because there's quite a lot going on in the gemstone industry at the moment, and it's to do with new legislations being brought in, well, across the world by different governments, because of course there are commercial realities for gemstone suppliers across the world, and of course they tend to be sourced in areas of the world that are either impoverished or have got quite young governments, if you like, that have been developed over the last sort of, say, 30, 40 years, rather than, you know, long-standing democracies that you have in the Western world. And so they're starting to look into, you know, really protecting their resources, which is a good idea for them, of course, and for the miners and for the local communities, but it does mean that there will be some price increases across the industry. Things like the fact that all tanzanite is now going to be cut in Tanzania. The fact that we can't get hold of precious metals. They're bringing in new legislation into the way in which pearls are cultured, for example. And so even though we've been dealing with our pearl suppliers for the best part of a decade, they're telling us now that you can expect to see a much higher cost price for us as a company on cultured pearls. And so last weekend I was doing the morning show with Sheila, and we did a pearl showcase, and we sort of did a bit of a swan song to the old pearl prices, because we are expecting to see an increase over the next 6 to 12 months or so. And of course, pearls are essential for most jewellery makers. Traditionally, people start selling their jewellery making designs to bridal parties, and pearls have a very strong association with wedding jewellery, don't they? But also, pearls are an ever-present. Doesn't matter whether, you know, it doesn't matter what age you are, doesn't matter whether it's an everyday piece or it's for a very special event, pearls always work. And so we're trying now to create value in our pearls, but we're going to have to develop new ways of doing that. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is you do get cultured pearls as part of this particular bundle, and they're a very significant size. The cultured pearls here are Baroque pearls, and they're 9 by 8 mil in size. So you do get that irregularity, which is going to provide you with credibility as a jewellery maker, because those irregularities show your customers that you've managed to source genuine cultured pearls. And if you have a look on the high street or in your boutiques at the kind of prices people expect you to pay for pearl jewellery, you'll understand how good the value is that we're going to bring you here. In fact, to be honest, the price point we have for this entire bundle, I think, is good value for this strand alone. And as I say, in 6 months' time, this could be the price point for this strand alone, and that will still be the best value on the market. But that's not all we're going to give you tonight. While we still have those price points in the system, of course, these pearls, these cultured pearls, were purchased before the new legislation came in, before the prices were expected to increase, and so we're going to pass that saving on to you. We're not just suddenly going to increase the price. We bought this at one price, we're going to offer you the best value in the market, and the way to do that is to create a star buy bundle. Have a look at this for a rather feminine accompaniment here. Your peach shell pearl. Okay, so you've got perfect rounds here. You've got a very similar finish, almost like pearl essence, because of the nacre that's used from the pearls, but these are going to make a big impact. They're 12 mil, they're perfect rounds, they're gorgeous femininity, and mixing those two together shows that yes, you can source the real deal, the cultured mineral, but also you can offer your customers the perfect round as well. And actually, it's a rather fantastic compliment, isn't it? The perfect round with the cultured pearls. I love that. And how about this? Bit of opulence as well from your champagne or gold pearls. I love this. Have a look at this. Sort of a light gold or even a champagne tone. Again, 12mm rounds. Perfect rounds from your shell pearl. Still a natural mineral, of course, so you're still offering people that little slice of Mother Nature, but it's just that they've had to go through an extra process in order to create this uniformed look. Here's the kind of looks that you'll be able to create with these kind of bundles. I mean, the Baroque pearls there, fantastic, huh? And I think it was Sarah Elvin that put this one together, the bracelet that is. I love the use of the antique bronze with the gold pearls because it gives you a very vintage finish, but because you've got the uniform rounds, it's quite a contemporary feel as well, and of course it will be more affordable. $14.95 is your star buy price this evening for 3 strands of pearls, 1 strand of cultured pearls, 2 strands of shell pearl. But that's, honestly, I mean, I'm estimating, of course, and I'm not saying this is a guarantee, but just a sort of a ballpark figure, I would just say that, say, towards the end of the year, you could expect to be paying $14.95 for just the Baroque pearls. So this is a real chance for us to offer you incredible value on your cultured pearls. Just in case anybody missed that, what I was trying to say is there's quite a lot going on within the gemstone world at the moment and the natural mineral world, with different governments introducing different restrictions on suppliers, which will, going forward, affect the price. For example, all tanzanite is going to have to be cut in Tanzania going forward, and so we'll no longer be able to get, you know, the most competitive price on the market for rough tanzanite and then send it to our personal cutting house. We'll have to buy cut gemstones, and the same applies for cultured pearls. I'm not entirely sure exactly what the new restrictions are, and I will research this, I will find out for you. But currently all I know is that, you know, it's just going to become more commercially difficult for the pearl suppliers to provide us with the same competitive prices they have over the last 10 years. So we're expecting to see an increase in the price we pay as a company. And of course that means that the actual price point will increase on our website for cultured pearls. So all we're trying to do is give you a heads up. We're not trying to put undue pressure on you. You know, if you don't need pearls right now, don't worry about it. All I will say is that going forward, we're expecting to see the price increase, so any chance you get to stock up, I would jump at it. And of course, here at JewelleryMaker, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you get it home and they're not perfect for your designs, you can send them straight back. As I say, here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we do pride ourselves on not just getting you the best deals, but also providing you with the best information about the industry as a whole. And so anytime we find out about these price increases, we're going to let you know about them. $14.95 is the price point for this particular star buy deal. Coming up at the top of the hour, another star buy we're going to bring you on every 30 minutes, and it's the 3mm rounds. Lovely variety of colour tones and gemstones here, and of course we know how versatile the smaller rounds are. Maybe as accents, maybe to frame a gemstone, particularly in certain disciplines like your wire work or, ooh, for tiara designs in fact. You've got to have your 3mm rounds. Ooh, Sam, look at these. Ooh, all these, those would go with your Sky Blue Apatites. Oh yes. Look at Sam's looking annoyed now, like how come I wasn't given the 3mm bundle as well? Tell you what, if you are interested in getting involved with this deal, it's coming up in about 20 minutes time. There's a lot of deliberation going on now. Look at Sam's face, she's saying, thanks a lot. Yeah. Okay, we're now going to give the 3mm bundle to Sam as well, so that will now be another complimentary hero item added to this final piece that Sam's putting together throughout the show. That's great. So the 3mm rounds, of course, if you're interested in soutache, bead looming, kumihimo, micro macrame, you need your 3mm rounds. They're coming up in 15 to 20 minutes time, not long to wait at all. Before that, We'll try and find as many deals as we can. Ooh, look at these. Now these are gold-plated sterling silver, and they're your little pendant bales. So you get 5 in total. I'm just going to get me tweezers out. And just have a look at the finish. Once again, when we talk about our metal work, we try to offer you something different, something with a little bit of texture. And look at these. I don't know if everyone can see that. I'm going to hold it this way up. Oh, sorry. Have a look. Can we see that? It's like a little tulip. You see that? It's a little flower finish. Whoa, the price is already on screen. We're talking about $6.95 for gold-plated sterling silver. You actually get 5 of these. You don't just get 1. I mean, can you imagine creating a beautiful necklace design? You know, there's going to be a lot of designs at your craft stall and your craft fair next week, isn't there, Sam? And if you're actually working with gold-plated sterling silver, yes, it will set you apart. Yes, it will elevate your designs and allow you to justify those price points. But when you're talking about findings that offer you this much detail, this much character, these are the items that are actually going to maybe win someone over. They're going to catch someone's eye when they walk into that craft fair, and they'll say, wow, yes, there's a few different stores working with precious metals, but you're the only one who's been able to source something with this much detail. These, I would describe these as, oh, I don't know whether that was subconscious. I was going to say, I would describe these as tulip pendant bales, and then I read the description. Oh, I'm desperate to give myself a pat on the back, aren't I? Even though clues in the title, Ed. Gold-plated sterling silver, 5 tulip pendant bales. Easy for me to say. For $6.95, and yes, as I say, maybe I'll try and read things from now on. Sorry, where did I take this from? Oh yeah, 8. Sorry. I'm back with you. Here we go. Oh, now this is the rainbow-coated quartz. Is that right? Well, I'm getting a variety of colour tones here, so despite the fact it's going to, the description will be coated quartz, but I'm thinking it's a rainbow coating because I've got lilac tones, I've got apricot colours, I've got greens, blues as well. I'm not sure you're going to see it on screen. It's quite subtle. It's a coating that's actually placed on the gemstone after the initial polishing process. So you've got polished rondelles here ranging in size from 5x3 to 9x5, and then it's almost like we've tried to enhance Mother Nature's hard work by giving it this unique coating. Now, you can't often see it on screen, and the reason why is that it's very, very subtle, and it depends on the angle at which the light hits the gemstone. It's almost the same kind of effect you get from a bubble. So that oil on water effect where, you know, if you see the very edge of a bubble, you can see that little play of colour, the green or the purple, that sort of oil on water effect. And that's the same effect that you get from these gemstones after they've been coated in this way. 90 carats in total for $8.95. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range, not just because it's very, very high quality quartz that can be polished in this way and offer you the clarity, but also it takes on the coating. You know, certain varieties of quartz, it wouldn't necessarily have this striking effect, but to be honest, you need to use your 30-day money-back guarantee and get this home. Right now, you've got that sort of icy clarity, but you can't see this colour play that I can see. I'm trying to find a little bit for you, but it's just that whenever I move it, the light's not quite the right angle for it. So that's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can get these strands home and you can appreciate the gemstone's beauty for 30 days before you make a final decision. You can find out exactly how you're going to incorporate these into your designs before you make your final decision. And of course, it's much easier if that decision is informed by seeing the gemstone in the flesh. 90 carats of coated quartz here for $8.95. We're going to move on though. Got a lot to fit in. Woohoo! I just heard the words, let's do some emerald. One of the big 4. Now, I've been working on JewelleryMaker for a long time. Well over 3 years, in fact, on the channel. Yes, that's quite right, Director Ben, in a few different roles. So I started off as the sales manager, and this is when there was a management team of 2 people, me and the channel manager Paula. And so I have been involved in a lot of the expansion projects that we've done over the last 4 years, and now I'm here as a presenter, and it's because I do have a little bit of history with the company. I used to be a producer on Gems TV. And gemstones are just one of those things I never thought I'd be sort of obsessed with or addicted to, but the more you learn about gemstones, the more you want to learn, and it just becomes a passion for people. And I think that a lot of jewellery makers out there have gone on the exact same journey. The more you learn, the more sort of entrenched it becomes in you. You almost want to be, you know, seen as a gemologist. In fact, I went to the vet yesterday because I'm going to pick up my dog tomorrow morning, and I had to register with the vet, and I ended up having a 25-minute conversation with the receptionist at the veterinary place about her tanzanite earrings yesterday. So it's just one of those things that when you know somebody else is interested in it, it gives you a bit of common ground, doesn't it? But despite the fact that I've been involved with gemstones for over 6 years, I never ever thought we'd have the opportunity to bring you any of the big 4 here on JewelleryMaker. It just wasn't something that we thought about when I first came onto the channel. We were much more focused on the likes of agate, jasper, pyrite, items like that, which of course are great crafting gemstones because they're a little denser and they're a little bit more readily available than other gemstones. So those were easy for us to get hold of, and that's where we began our journey, if you like. Now, of course, because of the way we've expanded, because of our links with mine owners through the Genuine Gemstone Company, we can now bring you not just any old gemstones here, the big 4. Emerald, a gemstone that's been revered for over 4,000 years. A gemstone that I think most people are familiar with. Even if they're not passionate about gemstones and gemstone jewellery, they're still going to know about emerald, aren't they? And on this particular strand, it's almost like you're going round the world to collect your emerald, because you've got Colombian emerald tones, you've got Zambian emerald tones, and of course you've got Brazilian emerald tones. This is in fact Brazilian emerald, and we can bring it you this evening for £8.95 for 55 carats of emerald under £10. Of course, we're looking at maize birthstones, so if that's another angle for jewellery makers out there, you're far more likely to sell your jewellery designs if people have a personal association with the gemstones, and most people are aware of their birthstone. £8.95 for emerald is totally ridiculous. I remember the first time we brought you a very high-end gemstone, I think it was tanzanite. The price point was around about $39.95 for the first ever strand of tanzanite we brought you. Of course, tanzanite was discovered in the late 60s. Emerald has been mined for over 4,000 years. One of the most revered gemstones on the planet, and we can bring it to you for £8.95. Totally ridiculous. Highlights the value we can bring you, and of course shows you that we're able to source some of the rarest gemstones on the planet. We're moving on because we've got a lot to bring you before our next star buy. Ooh, tell you what, have a look at this. Gorgeously feminine gemstone that I'm actually wearing today. Beautiful. Now, sometimes you're going to be looking for a gemstone that does all the work for you, like the flower carvings. Other times, you're going to be looking for something a little bit more subtle. A gemstone that's going to suit your design, that's going to become an accent gemstone. And I think when you're working with plain ovals, that's exactly what you get. I mean, you could simply restrand this because of the graduation in sizes you've got. Ranges from 7x5 to 11x7, but that means that you could simply restrand this, add a beautiful, I would say sterling silver, because you've got the pastel pinks there. I think silver works a little better with the feminine tones, but of course that's a personal choice. Some people are going to love the opulence of seeing yellow gold with rose quartz, and actually I think that I have been guilty in the past of doing this gemstone a bit of a disservice. I said this the last time we were talking about it. When I did work on Gems TV, and that was my sort of initiation into the jewellery world, rose quartz would be more of sort of a substitute for the very high-end feminine gemstones like kunzite and morganite, for example. But within the crafting world, I actually think rose quartz is better known than the likes of kunzite and morganite. And so actually, I think you're probably better off investing in rose quartz if you want these beautiful feminine tones. And let's face it, you've got to have your girly colour tones in there, because traditionally jewellery is designed as, well, a luxury item for ladies, isn't it? I know that we're getting a little bit more now, but we don't get anything of our own. I've been doing a lot of cufflink shopping recently, and there's plenty of cufflink designs for ladies as well who like to power dress. And actually, I suppose, even if you're somebody who likes to work with vibrant colour tones, or you like maybe to go for more of the classic options like the monochrome designs or the vintage looks, if you're going to sell your designs, you need to have that variety, don't you? You need to offer those feminine pieces as well. And this particular strand definitely offers you that femininity. $6.95, and this is a 30 centimetre strand, offering you 65 carats in total. It's just gorgeous. You've got that beautiful consistency of colour. Absolutely fantastic. And yes, I'm sure that when you work with that particular strand, it's going to lead to sales for you. We're going to move on though. Oh, tell you what, I'd put those together. This way, you've got the pastel pinks and the hot pinks together. I have to say, this has been classified as multicoloured sapphire because you've got white sapphires, pink sapphires, but you've also got a little bit of ruby on there as well. 2 of the big 4 in the last 10 minutes. Absolutely phenomenal. Don't you think that looks good together? Do you know what, Ben? That is so true. Director Ben, you came over from Gems TV to JewelleryMaker when I launched the Late Show, is that right? Okay, I say I, but I was responsible for recruiting all of the teams that worked on the Late Show when we first launched it. Well, it must have been 2 years ago now. Is that about right? Yeah, 2 years. There you go. Ben says there, and he's saying that if you were to say 2 years ago that you had emerald and sapphires / rubies. Actually, yeah, that's right. We've had 3 of the big 4 in the last 10 minutes. If you were to say that 2 years ago, we've got sapphires and emeralds back to back on the Late Show, you'd have been laughed out the door, wouldn't you, Ben? Ben said, I remember asking the question, are we ever going to have any proper gemstones? And here they are. Oh, you were laughed at. So the Late Show was originally designed to be a bit of a clearance show, sort of a second bite of the cherry for some of the items that maybe had ran their course, or maybe they'd been seen on the morning show a few times. And but now, of course, we are live 12 hours a day. We try to inspire you throughout, but the Late Show is still responsible for bringing you those last of stock deals. And right now, we've just given you a clearance price on a Gems of Distinction strand of sapphire. I have to say, I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I count 19 rubies on this strand of multicoloured sapphire. Regular viewers will be aware that sapphires and rubies are in fact the same gemstone. They're known as corundum within the gemological world, and actually ruby is a colour classification rather than a gemstone classification. So if you can see a red hue in the gemstone itself, it can be classified as a ruby. We try to be quite conservative here at JewelleryMaker, and that's why this has all been classified as corundum or traditional sapphire, but there are definitely a few rubies on there. So if you are interested in maybe getting hold of a clearance strand that will offer you 2 of the big 4 and this month's birthstone, this is the one for you. Faceted to perfection. You've got this gorgeous sparkle from the gemstones themselves because of the way they've been faceted. I hope you can see that. Even in that studio lighting, you can see all that sparkle. But just look at that. Again, you've got the hot pinks from the sapphires. You've got the variation, because you've also got white sapphires in there, which will form beautiful accents to a sort of a focal point of a design. But then you can pick out the sort of cherry reds, and you can easily say, I counted, what was it, 18, 19 rubies in total on this strand alone. So it will give you the opportunity. In fact, how about this? You can actually pick out your rubies, set them into yellow gold design, like this ring that we've got here. If you wanted to pick out the rubies, you could easily recreate this and form a ruby ring. This is a great idea that Deb Rudge came up with, of using the ribbon cord endings in a slightly different way to secure your wire into a more traditional ring-like shape. And of course, you only need 7 or 8 gemstones to make a massive impact. I love this. I love this design, mainly because it's an innovative and profitable idea. Lots of people like to invest in ring designs. I actually don't think we see enough ring designs here on JewelleryMaker, and you could easily recreate this and make a ruby ring. I mean, imagine offering somebody a ruby ring at a craft fair. Phenomenal. And to be honest, because you're only using that small segment, and when I watched it, it didn't take her an age to put this design together. If you're quite a confident wire worker, you could probably create those in about 15, 20 minutes if you want that finish, that professional finish. £10 would be a fair price point there for a ruby ring, and of course you're going to be making a huge amount of profit because you only need 5 or 6 rubies, or of course a sapphire ring. You could go pink, white, pink, white, pink, white, couldn't you? That would be beautiful. Pink and white sapphire ring, or your red rubies. £17.95, that is a clearance price, only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on. And we're now going to bring you these high impact wooden beads. These are almost sort of like, they remind me of almost like piano keys. They're quite a significant size. I'll hold it up like this. Oh, sorry, Ben. I think I just moved it at the worst possible moment. There you go. So you can see how large they are. They're 42 by 20. And just so you can see, there is a bit of a curvature to them. So they're also going to offer you a bit of texture. Gorgeous finish. This is tiger ebony wood. Has a very similar finish and density to that of mahogany. And just so you know, oh, that's great. They've even given us the dimension that it's a 10 by 5mm hole through the centre. Well, there's no cord that wouldn't fit through that we stock here at JewelleryMaker. Do you know what these are perfect for? Creating those contemporary sort of surfer style designs, unisex looks for, you know, teenage lads and teenage girls, maybe festival goers. Again, you can still play on the fact that you're offering people a natural mineral. And we have just dropped the price to £6.95. They were £9.95 previously, and in 60 minutes time they will return to that price point. But right now, take advantage of our clearance deal, and we're essentially handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. Should be £9.95 for the next 60 minutes. You can add this to your order for just £6.95. Your tiger ebony wood, very large, significant size in fact, at 42 by 20, sort of curved, I'm going to call them curved piano keys. They're rectangular and they've got that little curvature to them. £6.95 for another very, very versatile crafting bead, I suppose, in terms of wood. We have to leave that there because it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, to give everybody a heads up about this particular bundle, but just in case you might have just tuned in and been like, oh, what's this one, Ed? Getting panicked. These are your 3mm rounds. We know how versatile they are, we know how popular they are, and each and every strand here is faceted as well. Now, this would fit in perfectly with the sort of inspiration we're going to provide you later on in the evening, because Sam is putting together a tiara design involving a lot of our hero products. And we think we're going to add this one in because the colour tones, or some of the colour tones, are so complementary or fitting for the design. I'll take you through what you've got. Have a look at these. First of all, gorgeous variation on this strand. This is carnelian. You get 20 carats of faceted 3mm rounds, and they range in their colour tone from, say, like a honey hue to your apricots, then your tangerines, and you've even got a few sort of vivid cherry reds there as well in your carnelian. Then we've got this sort of royal blue tone from your blue agate, again 3mm faceted rounds. Clear quartz, you've got the neutral tone, and to be honest, if you are intending to create tiara designs or even just intricate pieces of wire work jewellery that do require an accent gemstone, your clear quartz is exactly where it's at. But of course, micro macrame, soutache, these 3mm rounds are essential for a lot of the disciplines that have become popular over the last 12 months. And we also offer you this strand of Mookaite, a one location gemstone which virtually features every colour in the rainbow, so that will help you to tie other gemstones into a design as well, Mookaite. So I love the variation of colours here. You've got the orange tones from your carnelian, you've got the sky blues and the royal blues from your agate, we've got the neutrality of your clear quartz, and then you've got the very eclectic Mookaite. 4 strands of 3mm rounds. This is the price you would normally pay for these 4 strands, £23.80, and of course that represents the best value on the market. And when I say that, it's not just about getting 4 strands for that price point, it's also about the clarity, the quality, the faceting. Should be over £23 right now. You can add it to your order for £14.95 for 4 strands of 3mm rounds. Now, if you're somebody who does enjoy creating soutache designs, you know how important it is to get your 3mm rounds to frame those cabochon looks. If you work with your bead loom, for example, these are perfect. You've got a uniform finish, but you've got a more delicate size, and of course they've been faceted. Classic beady bead designs, you need your smaller rounds. And if you do want to, say, recreate Sam's design at the end of the show, I would add this to your order, because she's now going to be using the 3mm rounds of blue agate and clear quartz, because they go so well with the sky blue apatite, the pale blue pearls. I mean, that's just going to work perfectly, particularly with your twisted wire and the tiara designs. Oh, Sam's saying that we've got another bundle coming up later that involves these sort of donut shaped shells, and you're quite right in pointing this out, Sam, because the 3mm rounds, of course, sorry, I'm going to have to put some of these too many gemstones, man. There you go. So those will fit perfectly into the hollowed centre of any donut bead, I would imagine. But yes, they do work rather gorgeously well with these shells that are coming up as part of another bundle later in the show. So if you want to take advantage of this particular deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. £14.95 is your price point for 4 strands of 3mm rounds, but not any old 3mm rounds, faceted 3mm rounds. So you get all that gorgeous sparkle, even from the more delicate cuts. Beautiful. Absolutely fantastic, and of course very, very versatile. I mean, if you imagine how labour intensive it is to actually take each strand of these gemstones and actually facet them, despite the fact they've been cut into perfectly uniform 3mm rounds, this is essentially micro faceting, so it's a very, very labour intensive process. But of course, we're not passing those costs on to you. We're giving you a star buy clearance deal, £14.95 this evening for your 3mm rounds of blue agate, carnelian, clear quartz and Mookaite. I mean, elsewhere, for all the research I've done, you could potentially pay £14.95 for just your clear quartz rounds. So this absolutely represents the best value on the market for these kind of carat weights. Gorgeous gemstones, 4 strands for a clearance price of $14.95. Congratulations to everybody coming through. As ever, if you are entering a short queue at JewelleryMaker on the phone line, rather than the website, don't panic. It's a free phone number. You will be answered in the order in which you dial. If you've placed it in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, please make sure you check out, because I'd hate for you to miss out. We're going to move on. In fact, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the second hour of the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker with more incredible deals, so don't go away.
Hi Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us? We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and Jewellery Maker tutorials. Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Today I've been on the Wirework for Beginners course and it's been really helpful to me. I've bought wire and I've bought tools and not really had the confidence to use it because I'd feel like I was wasting it. So to come along and be shown exactly what to do and have one-to-one tuition has been brilliant for me, and it's really given me the confidence to go ahead with my jewellery making now.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. Very exciting evening because of all the incredible deals. We have got 2 premiere strands coming up later in the show, one of which is coming up in about 20 minutes time. It's a brand new strand of Citrine. Love the colour tone here because it's quite subtle, almost like a champagne-like hue that you're getting from your faceted rondelles of Citrine. November's birthstone coming up in about 20 minutes time. I'm just going to let everybody know that our exclusive launch price this evening is under £10 for this particular strand of Citrine. So make sure you've got your phone in your hand in about 20 minutes time. That's our next star buy. So where are we going to kick off with? Whew. Beautiful Citrine, I'll tell you. Beautiful amethyst, I'll tell you what, it would go rather perfectly with the Citrine coming up in 20 minutes. Look at that for a combination. Fantastic. You've got to be grabbing both these. Unfortunately, whilst I've got a very high stock level for the Citrine that will be launched shortly, I've got less than 20 strands of the amethyst remaining in stock. 50 carats in total, and the price point is $6.95. Wow, look at the colour saturation you've got on this particular strand. These are the sort of intense regal purples that you would normally associate with this gemstone. I mean, that to me is amethyst purple. Now these are faceted rondelles. It says wheels, but I thought the wheels were much more uniformed. I would go with rondelles personally, just to be clear. But yes, they have a cylindrical shape, if you like. But Yes, I certainly think that these are normally referred to as rondelles, so just so nobody is confused, that's how I would have classified them. They range in size from 4x1 to 6x1, giving you 50 carats in total. Probably one of the most recognisable gemstones on the market after the big four, or rather the big five. We know how popular the likes of ruby, tanzanite, emerald are, but I think amethyst is one of those gemstones which provide you with a bit of credibility, because when people see it on your craft stall, they know you're working with the real deal because they recognise amethyst. I think people who are looking to invest in bespoke jewellery designs generally have a little bit of knowledge about gemstones. They might not know about some of the more obscure gemstones, but amethyst is one that will be in everybody's mind. Gorgeous intensity of colour, 50 carats in total, and a price point of under £10. I mean, if you saw these set into, well, sterling silver certainly, but even 9 carat gold, you wouldn't be that shocked, would you? Because the quality of the gemstones is the same kind of finish I expect to see really on the high street, if I'm honest with you. You've got a great consistency of colour. You've got beautiful faceting, which provides you with that traditional sparkle. You can see that there, even in our studio lighting, you can see them sparkling away. And of course, you've got one of the most recognisable gemstones on the planet, February's birthstone, and of course the gemstone of Valentine's. Looks to me like this one is going to be a sellout because we only had 17 strands available. So if you have placed that in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Ooh, I'll tell you what, as a combination, this is my favourite colour combination in jewellery, green and purple. And when you think about the intensity of a purple amethyst, that is absolutely mirrored in that sort of bottle green tone that you get from chrome dioxide. This isn't the sort of colour tone you would associate with, say, an emerald. It's much more of a vivid tone. It's not a lime green. I think bottle green is quite a good description of the colour tone you've got here, actually. Now, these are polished rondelles, and that clarity really allows the colour tone to come to the forefront of your designs. We know how popular chrome dioxide is, and this is really more of a collector's gemstone because of its rarity. We can only traditionally mine for chrome dioxide 2 to 3 months of the year because of the cold environments in which it forms. We tend to source chrome dioxide in Siberia, so very, very sub-zero temperatures where it forms. You can only realistically go mining there 2 to 3 months of the year, and the problem with that is that less and less miners are dedicating their time to mining for chrome dioxide, and so we get a lower yield year on year. So the rarity of this gemstone is not created by Mother Nature, but rather the environment in which it forms. You can see here, this is the 2 months of the year where we can go mining there, and it still looks pretty cold. And if you can imagine what it's like the rest of the year there, it's pretty much like the tundra. You know, you really are going to struggle to go mining in those kind of areas, even when it is safe in those 2 months. And so less and less miners dedicating their time to getting hold of this, and so the yield that we get year on year is decreasing. Whenever you find a gemstone becoming more rare, you're going to find that the price increases. That's just the way the jewellery industry works, of course. But it's another one of those gemstones that I never thought we'd have the opportunity to sell here on JewelleryMaker. And it's another gemstone which is hugely popular on our sister channel, Gems TV. Just like, you know, Tanzanite, there's probably an hour a day dedicated to showcasing that gemstone. Unfortunately, because the yields are so low, we couldn't do a chrome dioxide showcase every day, although we would definitely like to, because the gemstone is so sought after. We know the demand is there for jewellery collectors to get this into their collection, and of course we've had a lot of success stories from our jewellery makers who have created designs using chrome dioxide and had very, very high valuations. One lady, of course, contacted us to tell us that her chrome dioxide jewellery had been valued at over £200. One of the reasons that the jeweller gave on that independent valuation was that he'd never had the opportunity to sell chrome dioxide in 20 years of running his jewellery store. So that just goes to show you the kind of rare gemstones that we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker, and chrome dioxide is one of the rarest. 50 carats in total. The rondelles themselves range in size from 3x2 to 7x4. And in all honesty, I mean, when I look at that colour, I imagine there's a few emeralds out there that are aspiring to look like this, that would love to have this vivacious, almost, it's somewhere between a bottle green and a lime green. It's a very unique colour tone. In fact, the only place I've ever seen this colour tone is on chrome dioxide, if I'm honest with you. If you want to get hold of this strand, I only have a limited number available. We only ever source, I suppose, a limited amount of chrome dioxide. This is a last of stock opportunity. Maybe you've been umming and ahhing about getting chrome dioxide into your collection. This is your opportunity. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, but only if you're one of the lucky few who are dialing that free phone number right now, because here comes your price point for 50 carats of chrome dioxide. $29.95. If you restrand this and added a sterling silver clasp, I would expect maybe a valuation, independent valuation of, say, 6 times what you've paid for the strand alone. That's based on what I've been told by other JewelleryMaker viewers. But actually, you know, through my own experience of selling chrome dioxide, I can tell you I've sold chrome dioxide jewellery for 4-figure sums. Yes, there's a slightly different finish when a gemstone's being faceted or set with diamonds and 18 karat gold, but again, goes to show you just how revered chrome dioxide is. You know, you probably wouldn't find a piece of agate, for example, being set into 18 karat gold, but you'll find plenty of chrome dioxide being set into very, very precious metals and accented with diamonds. So to offer you this kind of carat weight of a gemstone with this kind of finish for $29.95 is very, very exciting. We're going to leave that one with you as collectors come in on the phone lines to add that to their order. We're going to move on. We're going to bring you the Bee Dreamer. Oh, sorry, I thought you said 2. Ah, right, okay. We're now going to bring you Mahusive plain rounds. This is what I've got in 10. Royal blue quartz. Yeah. 500 carats in total. These are 14 mil in size, so quite a significant look. In fact, a very significant look. Again, you'd be hard pushed to find gemstones of this size elsewhere. You'd be hard pushed to find genuine gemstones that offer you this vibrant royal blue tone, which of course is going to be so on trend over the summer months. But that's exactly what we can offer you here at JewelleryMaker, and we bring it to you at a very, very affordable price. 500 carats of royal blue quartz in your 14 mil plain rounds for just $6.95. For me, that's an add it to your order price point and an add it to your order item, because you need to have those primary colours in your gemstone stash, don't you? And this gives you that opportunity, but to get hold of a huge carat weight for under £10. Amazing value. Of course, here at JewelleryMaker, we offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. 500 carats of royal blue quartz for $6.95. If you've already got an order up and running, if you've paid your P&P for today, then you've got absolutely nothing to wait for. Just dial that free phone number, add this to your order. Of course, you're always going to need your 14 mil plain rounds. Plain rounds, I suppose, are how most jewellery makers, most crafters get started. But with the larger sizes, they're going to give you a bit more of an impact. I mean, you could actually wire wrap these. I've seen the larger rounds actually sort of caged in wire on a pendant design. But actually, if you're creating tiara designs, for example, they're going to look rather fantastic. Or asymmetrical necklace designs, you can use these as the feature on one side, perhaps because they are that slightly larger size. In all honesty, You could set one of these into a design as the focal point because you've got that larger size. Actually, I'll tell you what, we've got this shell pearl bundle coming up later on. How about this for a combination? Oh yeah. The sky blues and the royal blues together, that looks beautiful. Actually, it goes rather well with my outfit. So yeah, you've got the 12mm shell pearl coming up. That works for my shirt, doesn't it? There you go. So that's coming up later in the show as a treble deal, but right now you can add this to your order for the add it to your order price of just $6.95, but for 500 carats. We'll leave that one there and we're going to move on. Okie dokie. And we're now going to bring you our tote bag. Now we've seen this a few times over the year, but of course we've always got new viewers joining us, and maybe you missed out previously on the chance to own, I think, what most of our jewellery makers consider to be an essential item, the tote bag. Really allows you to transport a great deal of jewellery or jewellery making equipment. Maybe you're going away over the summer, maybe you're going to a caravan, or even if you're flying abroad, this is quite easy to transport your items down by the pool. And our resident jewellery maker, Luscious Linda, does say, best thing about it is, it's wine bottle shaped. So if you are heading down to the pool or the beach, you can get a bottle in there as well. You see what I mean? That is true. But when we originally relaunched the Miss It Miss Out show as The Late Show, Pete and myself tried to see exactly how many reels of wire we could get in this. Was it about 48 reels of wire or something? Yeah, a lot.
Pretty much the whole drawer.
Pretty much the whole drawer of wire in this bag. I think it was something like 48 reels or something. And so we got a lot in there. And the reason for that is pretty much like Mary Poppins' bag here, because it does have a lot of depth to it. But also you've got a huge number of storage pockets all over the bag, as well as your little loops for holding your tools. You can't see those because they're all black. There you go. Can you see that? Yeah, there you go. So that'll hold your ring mandrel or your hammer. If you're going to take your metal stamps to your craft fair to personalise your designs, you've got to take your block, your hammer, your metal stamps. You've got to have a safe way of transporting it all there. Your tools, your wire and your jewellery designs will all fit into this. It's 22 by 19 centimetres in total. And one of the things I think this is very beneficial for is people who live with a jewellery maker, who want to get them, you know, a thoughtful gift surrounded by about their hobby, but you don't know what gauge of wire you like to use, your significant other likes to use. You don't know what gemstones they're into. You don't know what discipline they partake in. This is a generic item that will definitely get you in their good books. Every jewellery maker is going to need their tote bag. And we've had a text from Martina who says, "Hi Ed, I have 4 of these. They are brilliant. Anyone thinking about buying one, don't hesitate, you won't regret it. Loving the show," from Martina. Martina, you can come back. But that just goes to show you, of course, you know, I do make jewellery designs, but I don't actually sell them at craft fairs, so I never really have a need to transport my goods around. But Martina, of course, an experienced jewellery maker, backing up what I'm saying there, saying how fantastic they are. She's actually purchased 4 of them. So here's your price point for these. I have to say, they are very, very sturdy in their making, and I've been looking at these storage bags elsewhere. You can pay 40, 50, 60 pounds for an item like this in, say, an independent craft store. Do you know what? Director Bruce just made a great point. He said, I don't know, do you live with a crafter, Bruce? Is that right, okay, he does. He just said, maybe you're the kind of jewellery maker who leaves your stuff everywhere. So if you're getting in trouble at the moment and they're saying, do you think you could get these wires out of the dining room or what have you, this is the perfect way to sort of, just as a sort of tidy up item, just to keep everything organised. That's a great idea. That way you can safely tuck all of your items away, get people off your back and focus on your crafting. The tote bag, $17.95 this evening. Perfect item for any jewellery maker. We're going to move on though. Ooh, and we're bringing you now an essential findings pack. Now, often I do speak to the jewellery makers who are in the workshops, for example, or on Facebook, and they do tell me that they don't really need any more beading thread or elastic out of the kits, but sometimes they buy the kits just to get hold of the findings packs, because of course the findings kits are so essential, because it doesn't matter what genre of jewellery making you're involved in, whether it be wire work, whether it be polymer clay, whether you're a classic beader, for example, you're always going to need the essential findings for completing your designs and for giving the piece of jewellery the professional finish they deserve, particularly if you're selling your designs. And here we're able to sort of tick every box in one for you, because yes, you've got a high-end finish, you've got the rose gold plated finish, but you've got the malleability and the density of a base metal, because we've used copper. You've actually got 1 metre length of chain, you've got your ribbon cord endings, your toggle clasp, your spacer beads, as well as your fancy slider clasp. You've got 3 different kinds of head pins, including the very fine head pins, which I estimate to be 0.3 mil, 0.25 mil, so they will go through the smaller drill holes. You've also got your shepherd hooks, your crimp bead covers, and your jump rings there. 115 pieces in total of rose gold plated copper. We know how popular rose gold is, and we know why, because it's so versatile. If you are going to match it up with some of those icier colour tones, it will provide you with a bit of warmth. Alternatively, if you put it with very vibrant colours, it can potentially tone those down a little. And of course, I think personally that rose gold provides you with a slight sort of vintage finish in a way. And so as a result, I think rose gold's growing in popularity because of the different design options it provides jewellery makers with. Now, normally, this particular kit will be 115 pieces for $9.95. But traditionally we bring it to you as part of our jewellery kits. Now, they're fantastic for getting started as a jewellery maker, but if you're an experienced jewellery maker and you don't necessarily want all of the strands in a kit, or the threading materials don't quite suit the designs you want to come up with, then all you really need to get hold of is your essential findings. And for the next 60 minutes you can add this to your order with a reduction. Normally $9.95, right now you can add it to your order for $7.95. I mean, for me, if you've already got an order up and running today, you know you're going to need your essential findings, and you've got everything in one kit here. I mean, just have a look at these head pins. Now, I've heard from our expert designers in the past that you'd be hard pushed to find a ball head pin from other suppliers. Traditionally, they just give you the flat head pins. Have a look at this. The floral finish on this head pin, again, is going to provide you with detail, texture, and character to your designs. All of our metalwork does come from the same supplier, so it allows us to almost request certain specifications, and we've asked them to come up with something a little bit different. They've given us these floral head pins, but I mean, look at the detail on this sort of matte finish or frosted slider clasp here. Again, a lot of detail, a lot of character, from the fact that you've got the heart shape. So you've got this little heart shape, and then a little slider clasp, so something a little bit different. And actually, I'll tell you what, that would be great for a very gem heavy piece, wouldn't it? Because of course, the heavier you make it, the sturdier the fastening becomes. So that's a great idea for a clasp design. I've got people multi-buying this particular deal left, right and centre. I told you this would be an essential deal. And of course, a great way to stock up on some of those items that do elude certain jewellery makers sometimes. You've got a selection of your ribbon cord endings here as well, for example, if you are interested in the braiding techniques. We've even gone global on this deal, so some of these are heading across the pond as well. Just goes to show you the value we bring you here at JewelleryMaker. More affordable to source this from us than it is to get in the States, so there you go. $7.95 is a clearance price, and it's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, at which point it will return to $9.95, which is already the best value on the market. $7.95 for 115 pieces of rose gold plated copper there. We are going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on because it is now time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Bite, and on this occasion we are going to launch a premiere strand. So this has never been seen before, and we can provide you with an exclusive launch price. So this is absolutely your best opportunity to get hold of November's birthstone. Now I can't decide whether this is the most appropriate gemstone for November or the least appropriate. I'm toying with two different theories here. So for me, peridot is the perfect birthstone because you've got those rich sort of lime green tones that I actually associate with those summer months. Citrine, on the other hand, has a real sort of sunshine-like glow to it, but it represents November, which in the UK is a bit of a drizzly month. It's a bit rainy, it's cold, it starts getting dark really early. In fact, a lot of people tell me that they don't even see the light of day in that month because it's not light until they've started work, and by the time they leave to go home at night, it's already dark, so they don't even see sunlight in November. So, the reason I'm a little bit confused, I suppose, is does that make citrine the perfect birthstone for that month? Because that way you do get your little rays of sunshine when you get up in the morning, because you get to wear your beautiful birthstone jewellery in the form of citrine. You've got these rich, almost sort of champagne, or I think actually honey. I'm looking at that and I'm seeing a lot of honey tones there. Of course, when you see it in the studio lighting, it's going to look a little bit brighter, a little bit, the colour's going to be a little bit more saturated because there's a lot of light in here. Of course, gemstones are going to prefer to be seen in one light source. So when you see them in daylight, that's going to be a much fairer reflection of the colour tone that you've got to work with. We can't really get round that in our studio, but of course that's why we do bring you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Now, I have to say, this is some of the most high-quality citrine we've been able to source here for some time at JewelleryMaker, and you can see that in the consistency of the colour tone. As I say, it looks a little bit washed out because of all the studio lights, but if I try and shield it a little, you'll be able to appreciate that it is a very rich golden hue that you get from this strand. And very slight variation in the size. You've got delicate cuts here that range in size from 3x1 to 4x3. They are faceted absolutely to perfection. So despite the fact that you've got that clarity, you've got that lighter colour tone, you're still getting plenty of sparkle from the gemstones. And you've got a lot of gemstones here. This is a 30cm strand. So you've got a lot of gemstones on this particular strand. I mean, you could use them quite sparingly again. Maybe you want to emulate that ring design that we looked at earlier. So you only need, say, 6 or 7 gemstones. Actually, you've got a lot of options here, haven't you? Because you could set this into silver or gold. Set it into silver and play on some of the paler tones. Or you could set it with gold and try and bring out some of the richer colour tones. So you've got a lot of design options here. You can see how well it would work. In fact, I actually think the citrine and the amethyst work pretty well together. Mother Nature agrees with me because she's created ametrine. And I have to warn you, this is a premiere launch and it's already flying out the door. So if you are even caught in two minds, start dialing that free phone number, put yourself to the front of the queue. You can always put the phone down, but when you see our exclusive launch price, I don't think you're going to be disappointed. $6.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of citrine. That's 30 carats of citrine for $6.95. It's another gemstone that people will be aware of, that they will have an association with because it's November's birthstone. But of course there's also a lot of folklore and myth and legend attached to a gemstone like this. Of course, this gemstone would have started off life as an amethyst, in fact. So it would have been mined as an amethyst, and then it's actually a heating process that creates citrine. So amethyst gets heated up to a very, very high temperature and it creates this golden hue that you see here. 30 carats of citrine available right now for $6.95. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. We've created a huge queue on the phone line, so our apologies. Don't panic if you come through to a queue. It's around about 30 seconds, so nothing to worry about. And of course, we offer you a free phone number here at JewelleryMaker. Don't miss out on this deal though. Get it home, see it in the flesh. You're not going to be disappointed when you see the quality of this faceted citrine for $6.95. Lots of people already know that they can appreciate the quality and the value that we bring you here at JewelleryMaker, because I can see a lot of experienced and familiar names to me here at JewelleryMaker multi-buying the strand. So congratulations, Doreen, you've got 2. Anonymous buyer down the road in Warwickshire, you've got 2. Elizabeth, you've got 2. Michelle, you've got 2. In fact, I would say about half the people coming through on the phone lines are taking 2 of these, and I'm not surprised because the value we can offer you here is really phenomenal. And tomorrow morning at 9 AM, I can't guarantee you this price point. This is our exclusive launch price for a premiere strand of citrine this evening. Another very well-known gemstone, a gemstone that actually will work in a variety of different designs. So you could actually set this with your blue colour tones, for example, because I think blues and golds work really well together. Of course, we've already seen it alongside the amethyst, and it works fantastically well with that. We know it works well with that particular strand because we do get those ametrine tones. So, you know, traditional natural citrine that forms alongside amethyst, you know, there's that one mine where you get the hybrid of the two. This particular strand of citrine is available for $6.95, but that is an exclusive launch price for the next 60 minutes. So it could be that at 9 AM tomorrow, this would set you back $9.95. Can't guarantee it. Hopefully it will remain at this price point, but this is absolutely your best chance to get hold of it because, of course, it could also sell out. We only have a limited number. That's why we're launching it at this point on the show. And if you want to add it to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number. Alternatively, if you have placed it in your basket at jewellerymaker.com, check out to avoid disappointment because, as I say, I do have phone buyers queuing up to add this to their order. Absolutely phenomenal. We're essentially talking about, what, 25p per carat for faceted citrine. Absolutely unbelievable. I think maybe we've almost desensitized our viewers to the kind of prices for these carat weights. Where else would you expect to get that huge carat weight for $6.95? If you are looking to get hold of incredible value, stay exactly where you are because coming up in about 20 minutes time, a 5-strand super saver. Our chance to create a wholesale deal and offer you the best value on the market for genuine gemstones. And the best value that we've offered you all day here at JewelleryMaker. That's it now, isn't it? We can't actually bring ourselves to make life any more difficult for other gemstone suppliers. We'll just compete with our own website. It's the only way to do it. 5-strand super saver coming up in 20 minutes time. The best value of the day, even here on JewelleryMaker. We're going to move on though. And we're going to bring you a real collector's gemstone. And I think the reason that I say that is that people who are interested in investing in jewellery designs tend to be aware of the classic gemstone classification, the classic 4 Cs. But people who do understand the way that gemstones form and have a passion for the gemological side of things tend to favour gemstones that are prized for their inclusions, and golden rutile quartz is probably the optimum gemstone for that, other than perhaps emerald. Because look at the kind of inclusions you get here. It's almost like spun sugar or angel hair trapped inside the gemstone, and it just means that each and every gemstone almost has its own personality, has its own characteristics, and allows you to create bespoke jewellery designs, each of which will be totally unique. The other indication that golden rutile quartz is a real collector's gemstone is that many of you will be aware of this, but some of you may not. The owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, is a real-life gem hunter. He does present quite regularly on Gems TV and to our American audience on Rocks TV. But his real passion is flying around the world to meet mine owners and to go gem hunting. He, as a result, has one of the most expansive gemstone collections I have ever seen personally, including huge amethyst geodes that reach right up to the ceiling. He's got the largest cut morganite in the world, big tanzanite piece of rough, which is probably about the same size as my torso, if you like. And alongside all of those very, very elusive and exclusive gemstones, he's got 2 huge golden rutile quartz. He tells me that he loves the gemstone and loves the sort of detailing that you get from those very unique inclusions that you'll find, which are known as rutilations. You can see them there. It's almost like gold leaf spun inside the gemstone. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Has a really elegant and opulent finish to it, doesn't it, the gemstone? Particularly when you're looking at faceted rondelles. Now, this has come from our elite range of gemstones. And this evening, for the first time ever, we can offer you an exclusive price reduction. Of course, it will only be available for the next 60 minutes. So if this is something that you want to get into your gemstone collection, or it's something that you've always wanted to maybe incorporate into one of your designs, now is your best opportunity to get hold of it. Should be $24.95. In 60 minutes time, it will be $24.95. Right now, you can add this to your order for $14.95. Essentially, producer Liam has just put a crisp £10 note back in your pocket, because at $24.95 we were offering you the best value on the market. At $14.95 we're not trying to, but it's almost as though we're devaluing the gemstone a little. What we are trying to do is make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. $14.95 is a clearance price point. We only have a limited number in stock. You can understand why this particular strand was so popular when it was launched, even at $24.95. But tonight, we're no fools. We're no fools here at JewelleryMaker. We understand when it's the hottest day of the year, we're going to be up against it. We know you're all out of your Barbies, but make sure you've got your tablet or your laptop or even your phone handy, because we're going to be doing these kind of ridiculous deals all night. Somebody just took advantage of this. They're putting one in their gemstone collection and they're making a gorgeous piece of jewellery out the other. I've got multi-buyers coming in for this now. I'm not surprised. A real collector's gemstone with a £10 saving. Absolutely the best opportunity. And maybe, let's say, this isn't a gemstone you're really, really passionate about. It's just something that you've maybe thought about in the past. Let's say you get it home, you're not 100% satisfied. Send it straight back. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. This is going to represent your best opportunity to get 95 carats of golden rutile quartz into your collection, but with a £10 price reduction. I've got a lot of people suddenly coming through at JewelleryMaker.com and adding this to your basket. I've still got phone buyers buying this as well, and we are approaching limited availability now, so if you are placing it in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. I'll leave that one with you then, because we've got a few more deals to bring you. Wow, how well do these go together? Look at this. Love this. Now this is yellow rainbow quartz. I've got to say, rich golden or champagne tone once again. I think those look good together. How about the citrine as well? Absolutely beautiful. Once again, the gemstone itself has received this sort of coating. So again, it's like we're trying to enhance Mother Nature's hardware. These are polished 4mm rounds of yellow quartz or golden quartz, but with that rainbow coating. So you get that little schiller that you wouldn't normally associate with quartz, but because of the coating it's received, it's been elevated onto that next level. I mean, these are the perfect accent gemstone for any design, in my opinion. And another way to incorporate traditional metallic tones into your designs without having to invest in precious metals like gold. At $6.95, we're talking about another add it to your order price, the best way for you to take advantage of the value we can bring you here at Jewellery Maker. So maybe you've been inspired during the morning show or with Becky in the afternoon. Now you want to maximise on that 1 P&P per day. These are the kind of strands that you want to be adding to your order. $6.95 for a gemstone that is quite delicate, quite elegant. So I'm just thinking you can actually incorporate these into quite high-end, delicate pieces of evening wear, but they're still going to have a massive impact despite the fact that they're only 4mm rounds. And can you imagine framing a cabochon with these? I mean, all of a sudden we're not really looking at that as a piece of, I don't know, maybe homemade craft work. Now all of a sudden we're starting to see those designs as handmade pieces of bespoke jewellery. And actually, because this works so well with the premier strand of citrine we brought, you can see that at the bottom of the screen. It's still available at the launch price of $6.95. It does look fantastic. So you can add both of these to your order for $6.95 each. This is a premier strand. This is a 30cm strand of faceted citrine, and combined with this coated golden quartz, I mean, it's just a match made in heaven, isn't it? Love that. They're both available for $6.95 per strand. And we're going to move on. Put this to one side. Oh, look at this. Now this is amazing. We've created a little groschula bundle here. And we've taken 3 varieties of garnet and bundled them together in order to offer you amazing value. This is the way to add January's birthstone into your collection, by getting 3 very rare but beautiful varieties. So you've got your Mozambique garnet, which offers you this, well, I would almost describe this as sort of a cherry red tone, and they range from 2x1 to 4x3. Then you've got your spessartite garnet, which has the same variation in sizes but offers you that sort of apricot or golden tone, and then slightly larger rondelles of your rhodolite garnet, which is more of a sort of red wine-like tone. You expect to see more purple hues coming through from your rhodolite garnet there. Gorgeously faceted, very high-end. I mean, to be honest, aside from maybe Zavorite garnet, you've got the whole groschula family in one item here. Now, I should just be clear that actually garnet doesn't necessarily fall into a traditional gemstone family. This is more of a type of gemstones, or a species of gemstones, rather than a gemstone family. You find different elements are involved in the formation of each particular variety of garnet. And so that's why you get the variety of colours. So you've got those lime greens from Zavorite garnet, you've got those apricot tones from your spessartite garnet, you've got the rich sort of red wine hues from your rhodolite garnet, and then you've got the traditional sort of cherry reds coming through from your Mozambique garnet. And that's because you've got different elements providing them with their colour tone. So just for example, you could say that spessartite garnet, the variation there is that you've got iron in the chemical composition. As a result, you get this rich orange tone. You might find it's calcite, for example, in rhodolite garnet, and so it goes a deeper colour tone, or vanadium in Zavorite garnet, so it goes a green colour. So it's that one little sort of interjection from a different element that gives you this variety of colour tones. And of course, there are a lot of people who want to own garnet because it is January's birthstone, but they always think of the traditional cherry reds and they think, oh, that won't go with my outfits, or it won't go with my hair tone or my skin tone. What they might not know is that garnet comes in a variety of different colour tones, and you can right now get a colour tone for every single one of your customers, but in one item. So 50 carats in total, and you get traditional Mozambique garnet, spessartite garnet and rhodolite garnet, all in faceted rondelles, and all for one ridiculous price point. All of these do come from our Gems of Distinction range, and actually when you see the quality you will understand why these come from our elite range. They are out of this world. Again, I'd be hard pushed to question the finish on these gemstones. If I saw these set into 9 carat gold, I wouldn't be perturbed in any way. That's the kind of quality you're looking at here. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for this incredible bundle. $24.95. We're talking about, well, I suppose just over £8 per strand now. For these kind of carat weights, that's totally ridiculous. On the spessartite garnet strand, you've got 15 carats there and you're paying just over £8. That's like 55p a carat for spessartite garnet, one of the rarest forms of one of the most well-known gemstones available. 50 carats of garnet here. Just to be clear, you have got 20 carats of your Mozambique garnet, 15 carats of your spessartite garnet, and 15 carats of your rhodolite garnet. If you want to add these to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. $24.95. I mean, we've had many gemstone strands from our elite collection, our Gems of Distinction range, which have been $24.95 for one strand. You can actually add all 3 of these to your order right now for $24.95. Actually, do you know what? They work rather well together. Been thinking about them as alternative options, but actually they look fantastic together, don't they? I think the spessartite garnet is actually bringing them together. In fact, this would be a good way to maybe link them together as well. There, that recording right there, you can see how important it is to create layers of design within your final pieces. And actually, as I say, combining the different varieties of garnet works rather beautifully. I think these golden coated quartz would be a great way of tying all the strands together as well. $24.95 represents the best value on the market for genuine gemstones, particularly when you're looking at a treble trouble deal. 3 varieties of garnet for $24.95. Absolutely phenomenal. Just have a look at the spark on the luster that you've got from those gemstones. I will have to leave that one with you as people come flying in at JewelleryMaker.com. Again, make sure you check out your basket to avoid disappointment. We'll move on. We're now going to bring you another very historic gemstone, very well known amongst gemstone collectors. Beautiful iolite. You've got these rich, almost tanzanite blue or violet tones from your iolite. And here you've got the ever popular 8mm plain rounds. Another gemstone which offers you a variation of colour tones. On some you're going to get these rich sort of midnight blue tones, on others you're going to get almost amethyst purples. And another gemstone that's been revered throughout the ages, traditionally used by Vikings who believed they could navigate themselves through the high seas using iolite. But the real benefit to jewellery makers here is that you don't often see these high-end gemstones in your traditional polished plain rounds, which are so easy to work with, and that's exactly what you've got here. 150 carats in total. $150 carats in total. 8mm plain rounds, perfect for maybe macrame bracelets, or because, as I say, because they're plain rounds, any traditional jewellery design. These will definitely fit the bill. Let's have a look at our rather ridiculous price point. So we're already at $17.95. Totally unbelievable for this kind of carat weight, for this kind of quality of your iolite. And we're not even staying there. This evening we are going to offer you an exclusive price reduction. A little gremlin in the graphics, but it has been fixed. There you go, down to $14.95. Once again, my producer handing you back the equivalent of your P&P this evening and giving you the lowest ever price for this strand of beautiful blue iolite. If you want to add this to your order, and I know that 8mm rounds are in high demand at the moment, this is the best opportunity to add this to your order, because of course the price reduction is only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on though, and we're going to bring you one of our comprehensive findings collections. I think you get over 2,000 pieces. Over 2,500 pieces, I should say. 2,600 pieces in total. I think you get over 2,000 little beads. So, should we start this end? You've got, these are classified as ear wires on our website, but they are your traditional shepherd hooks. You've got 55 in total. Hold on a second. 55 shepherd hooks. I probably would have preferred an even number of earring findings, but what have you. And you've got your jump rings. And you have got 200 jump rings. They're 5mm in size. Good point. My producer just said maybe you're a member of a new romantics band and you wear one earring. Actually, what am I thinking of? A lot of people have multiple ear piercings now and wear alternative earrings. So there you go. Keep up, Ed. Keep up with the times. Getting old. Told everyone I'm getting old. So 200 jump rings in your 5mm size. Then you've got your toggle clasps, and you get 30 of those. You've got your ribbon cord endings. I think I'm right in saying you get 8 of those, you do. You've got 3 metre lengths of chain, so 3 metres in total, and then have a look at this. 2,300 copper beads. Those are 2mm in size, so perfect for your micro macrame, or of course, if you just want to stock up on your spacer beads. You've got that beautiful antique bronze finish, perfect for the vintage designs that I know are so popular. And all of this is currently available for $27.95. We are going to take this down to the lowest ever price this evening, but unfortunately, there probably won't be enough to go around because we've got fewer than 20 of these remaining in stock. So these are the perfect way for successful jewellery makers to replenish their finding stock, and tonight, the lowest ever price, under £20 for 2,600 pieces of antique bronze plated copper. If you want to get hold of that, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. In fact, we only had 16 of these remaining in stock. That's our job here on The Late Show, to clear out the last of stock, make way for new and exciting items. And right now, you can take advantage of a huge reduction down from $27.95 to $19.95. I've got people multi-buying this. That goes to show me how popular jewellery making is as a hobby, because I'm pretty sure June already has designs in mind for this particular findings pack. Huge amounts of findings there, all available for $19.95, but they're only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So as I say, even if you're caught in two minds, add them to your order, take advantage of that reduction, because you've only got 60 minutes to do so. I'm going to leave that on with you, and we're going to move on because it's now time for me to bring you a 5-strand super saver as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and I would say that a 5-strand super saver really epitomises everything we're trying to achieve when we create a money-saving bundle. So the more items we bundle together, the more of a wholesale deal we create, and the lower we can take the price. So the bigger a discount we can offer you, essentially. You can see here how well The gemstone strands work together in these designs. These have been oh, look at that little owl motif. That's been put together by Suzanne. I like the blues and the silvers. Those work gorgeously well together, don't they? And then have a look at this. This is more of a sort of funky, I would see this as sort of holiday jewellery kind of design. Because you've got the use of the contemporary shell pearl there with the traditional iolite drops and moonstone drops. Love that. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? Quite a tropical feel to that. Maybe it's the shell pearl that's making me feel like it's holiday jewellery. I'll take you through everything you get. Here's your shell pearl, and these are the donuts we looked at a little earlier in the show. They've got that hollow circle, so you can set a gemstone in the centre, and that's actually what they've done in this design. Because you're getting 3mm sodalite rounds, and those can be framed within those gemstones. Actually, I'll show you those. I should just say the mother of pearl shell coins are 15mm in size. These are your 3mm rounds of sodalite. Very, very popular gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. And I know why. I finally found out why sodalite is so popular. Not just because of those traditional blue tones, which people love to invest in with gemstone jewellery, but also they're almost identical to the colour tone that you get with denim. And I hear that denim jeans are the most popular piece of attire on the planet. So maybe that's why sodalite is so popular for those contemporary fashion looks. 20 carats of your 3mm rounds in your sodalite. And then have a look at these irregular plain drops of your iolites. This is some of those almost more dramatic storm cloud greys and violet tones. Absolutely beautiful, polished to perfection, and the drops here range in size from 5x4 to 12x7, giving you 65 carats in total. Moving on, we've got June's birthstone. Beautiful white moonstone here, 70 carats in total. Again, you've got that regularity in the plain drops, which can either feed into your designs and provide you with a bit of texture, or you can use them as traditional droplets for matching pendants and earrings. They actually look quite sort of tribalistic, don't they, depending on the kind of design you set them into. I love the combination of colours here. Just to give it a little lift, how about this? Your fuchsia frosted shell pearl. These are 10mm, perfect rounds. You've got that sort of frosted finish, which again is going to feed into your designs. I think these provide you with a real sort of shocking pink tone that's going to potentially contemporize your designs, or of course you could use them to create some maybe colour blocking looks, something like that. 5 strands for £9.95. That's £1.99 per strand. The best value we can possibly offer you. None of these strands are available on our website for £1.99. And if you were to buy them all individually, it would normally set you back £16.75. So normally it's well over £15. This evening, under £10. So should be £16.75. Right now, add 5 strands of gemstones, including moonstone, iolite, sodalite, all for £9.95. Unbelievable value. This is what we're so proud of here at JewelleryMaker, being able to provide you with not just big carat weights, not just great quality, but real versatility as well. Maybe you've been looking at your gemstone selection recently and feeling a little uninspired. Well, this is the way to really replenish your gemstone stock. In fact, to create a whole new gemstone stash, but for under £10. £1.99 per strand. It's totally ridiculous, isn't it? Well over half the stock's now been allocated on this particular item. So, as I say, if ever you're caught in two minds, please utilise your 30-day money-back guarantee. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. Under £10 for 5 strands of genuine gemstones. I love this. And I'll tell you another thing I didn't realise, but I found through doing my own, well, I say research. It's really more shopping. And I have to say, mother of pearl, massive on the high street right now. The other day I went into a shop and they had about 10 different cufflink designs, 4 of them were mother of pearl. I suppose it's because it's a natural mineral, it has associations with the gemological world, but it's a little bit more affordable, a little bit easier to get hold of. But of course, that means that all the blokes that went into the high street department store that I went into, every single one of them that went looking for cufflinks is now aware of mother of pearl. And so mother of pearl is going to start to grow in popularity as people become more aware of it. So important to stock up on it whenever you can, because it's big on the high street right now. And of course, that might lead to greater sales for you. Of course, mother of pearl, traditionally used for lots of ornamental design work. Even on things like musical instruments, for example, they use mother of pearl to really give it that, I suppose, high-end, luxurious finish, because musical instruments can be very, very expensive. They're another item, I suppose. They're not luxury items, because, of course, they do have a practical use, but because, you know, musicians, I mean, they become part of you almost, don't they, musical instruments? In fact, producer Liam's just saying that his guitar has mother of pearl inlays on it. And so that just goes to show you that everybody's trying to justify their price points, and natural minerals and genuine gemstones are the way to do it. If you want to add 5 strands right now, this is incredible value. £1.99 per strand. Please don't take that at face value. It's just because of the buying power we have here at JewelleryMaker, and we try to pass those savings on to you by creating discount bundles. That's exactly what we've done here. 5 strands for under £10. Totally ridiculous. Don't tell the bosses. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals, so don't move a muscle.
The 4 most common details considered in the industry when securing a quality gemstone are described as the 4 C's. The first C we look for is colour. The colour of a gemstone refers to the hue, tone, and more importantly, the even saturation of colour within the gemstone. This can make the difference between a poor stone and a highly exquisite gem, being highly sought after by collectors worldwide. Secondly, we look for clarity. Almost all gemstones can contain some type of inclusions formed during crystallization. Some gemstones, for example emerald, are acceptable with inclusions, whilst others are graded on how clean they are. Then we look for carat. Gemstones are always measured in carat weight when cut, and commonly in grams as rough. Additionally, there are 100 points in every carat, so every point counts. And last but definitely not least, we come to cut. The cut is the most misunderstood and underestimated of the 4 C's. The cut should never be confused with the shape of the gemstone. This is the 3-dimensional form, whilst the cut is the direct manipulation of the gemstone's facets by the lapidrist. Many factors are involved here, including the vision, experience and expertise of the lapidrist. If accomplished perfectly, a truly exquisite gemstone can be crafted into a work of art.
Join guest designer and polymer clay expert Debbie Bulford for our Extruder DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of techniques, including how to create geometric patterns, the soutache and lace look, and much more. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic, and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack and silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and of course, here on The Late Show, we are determined to provide you with add it to your order prices so that you can maximise on your 1 P&P per day. One very, very exciting opportunity we have coming up at the end of the show as our superstar buy is the Sky Blue Apatite. Have a look at this. $25 carats of Sky Blue Apatite, faceted once again to perfection. Gorgeous consistency of colour saturation there. Sky Blue Apatite coming up as a superstar buy at the end of the show, and coming up in only about 15 minutes to wait for our next. I'm confused. Right, okay, sorry, it's not coming up in 15 minutes, so it's coming up at 8 PM, is that correct? The Shell Pearl Bundle, have a look at this. So 3 strands of baby blue shell, 12mm rounds, they've been bundled together to offer you the best value we can possibly bring you. So are we going to be bringing the plier deal? That's what I thought. Okay, so sorry. The pearl's coming up at 8 PM, just to make everyone aware. We're just working backwards. So you know what's coming up in 15 minutes' time. It is your chance to get hold of the comfy grip pliers. You've got your flat nose and your round nose here. And they've been bundled together, and you know what that means. Liam has come up with the most competitive discount deal he can possibly provide you with. These are coming up in 15 minutes' time, so there you go. Hopefully that's clear now. So pliers in 15 minutes, Shell at the top of the hour. Right now we've got a bit of a price avalanche for you, so you can expect to see each price point lower than the previous price point. So there we go. Start with gorgeous chalcedony, but you'd be forgiven for mistaking it. Oh my word. Blue lace agate. Now I haven't seen this for some time. I've seen the chalcedony that looks very, very similar, but I haven't seen the real deal for some time. The thing I love about this particular gemstone is when you look at the banding you see on the surface of the gemstone, it's quite impacting, and you can see that it's going to really form a great deal of the design within your piece of jewellery. But on the face of it, it's a very subtle sort of powder blue or lavender tone, and actually the banding is quite soft, really. I always describe it as looking like cloud formations, and if you go a little closer you'll see exactly what I mean. You see that? Banding's quite subtle. Because that high polish finish, as ever, our studio lights are trying to get involved and interfere with the look of the gemstone. I'll try and shield it a little. And you see that banding? Gorgeous, isn't it? Almost like a little whirlpool inside each gemstone. Now this is one of the most revered varieties of agate available on the market. When we first launched this particular variety of agate, I can tell you the first ever strand of blue lace agate on the channel was $32.95. I found out. I went back and found out. Of course, we've expanded a great deal since we brought you the first ever strand. It was probably around about 2.5 years ago. And now, of course, our buying power has increased and we can now bring you some of the most competitive prices available for this gemstone. They are 14 by 10 mil, uniformed oval shapes. $14.95 is the price point this evening for 160 carats. And of course, blue lace agate, highly revered, and I suppose it's because of the softer banding. Now, when you see the big slabs of agate, and you see, say, like fuchsia banding across the surface, it makes a big impact, but that's a dyeing process that's created that look. Blue lace agate, much softer, and this is not going to have gone through as dramatic a dyeing process as the other agates in order to create this look. I'm guessing that there is a way to tell the difference between the chalcedony that emulates this and the real deal, the blue lace agate. I'm not entirely sure what the testing process would be, so I will have to do a little bit of research on that. But of course, the difference between offering your customers a gemstone like agate that has traditionally been used in jewellery design and chalcedony that is more of a crafting gemstone is huge, because agate is used by bespoke jewellery designers, whereas chalcedony is traditionally used as a crafting gemstone. It's one of the earliest gemstones ever used by man, hasn't always been used in jewellery designs, chalcedony, whereas agate has always been prized. So I suppose it's the difference between offering people a recognised gemstone and something that is more associated with crafting. So hopefully that answers your question, although I haven't got a definitive answer on the way you would distinguish. So we will research that a little bit more in depth, and we'll find out from our resident gemologist, Hannah Roxbury, and find out whether there is a definitive way to tell the difference. But of course, you in yourself know whether you're working with a dyed chalcedony or the real deal blue lace agate. And of course, I suppose a lot of the time selling your designs and pricing your designs is really a psychological issue, isn't it? If you feel that your design warrants a price point, then you're much more confident in selling it at that price point. We only have single figures of availability on this particular strand, and I can still see people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. Make sure you check out your baskets to avoid disappointment, because right now we've still got people on the phone lines as well. We're going to move on though, and we're now going to bring you another essential for most jewellery makers. These are your faceted clear quartz. They are classified as rice beads, but I will just say they have a little bit of a broader finish, not quite as tapered as a traditional rice bead, if you like. They're a little broader in their look. These are fantastic, aren't they? The shape is very, very versatile, so you could use these again to accent gemstones, because of course you've got that neutral finish that will allow the focal point of your design to come through without stealing focus, but they're still adding something to the design, because not only are they benefiting the main gemstone, but they're also providing you with that traditional sparkle you'd normally associate with gemstones. I mean, you can see it there, can't you, how well the facets are behaving in that light source, because they're just twinkling away, aren't they? On top of that, because you've got that, I suppose this is a versatile size of gemstone. That's what I'm thinking. 9 by 6. It's somewhere in the middle of the statement gemstones and the accent gemstones. So they'll work in a variety of different designs. I'm thinking of tiara designs again. Sam's working on our end of show piece right now. You're creating a tiara design, aren't you, out of a lot of the heroes we brought you tonight. So if you are tuning in for our star buy opportunities, we are creating one beautiful design which features a number of our hero products. These would work perfectly in it. 70 carats for $11.95. Just in case I confused anybody, the hero items are our star buys. Same difference. $11.95 for 70 carats of clear quartz here, faceted to perfection. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on because we know how essential this is for all jewellery makers. Oh, well, this is essential for most of our wire working jewellery makers. This is 10 meters of silver coloured wire, but this is your 1.5mm gauge. So this is, I suppose, imperative if you want to create some of those more structured pieces where you're not reliant on the fastening, for example, maybe the actual design of the piece. Actually, the form provides you with the design itself, if you like. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. You can see here, this isn't reliant on, you know, putting a clasp on it. The form of the design, which is clearly inspired by Mother Nature, actually creates the look itself. So I mean, these are, well, for me, those are sort of catwalk pieces, aren't they? High fashion pieces. And if you do want to create those more structured designs, then you've got to be getting hold of your 1.5mm gauge silver plated copper wire. So this is a really impressive way to justify your price points once again, because the wire itself here has been silver plated. Really, $9.95. Wow. Of course, we have to go lower than our previous price point because this is the price avalanche. Well, that's seriously impressive then, isn't it? Because you've got a 10-meter reel here. If that was just silver coloured copper wire, I would expect it to be a higher price. But silver plating? So that allows you to create a high-end design from start to finish. $10 of silver plated copper wire here, 1.5mm gauge for $9.95. I've actually seen somebody use the 1.5mm to create beautiful cuff bracelets. You can find those kind of designs on our Facebook site, and I'm sure a lot of jewellery makers out there would share their designs with you if you get chatting to them on Facebook. So if you do want to create maybe cuffs or bangles, 1.5mm, great for those designs. And of course, this will allow you to maybe achieve the more premium price points because you've got silver plated wire. I know wire is very, very popular, but silver plated wire just elevates your designs onto a slightly higher level, doesn't it? It's very, very high gauge, that wire. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. We know the wire workers are flying in for that one. We're going to move on. I'm now going to bring you this gorgeous gemstone, lapis lazuli. Now, we've always been, I would say, what's happened? Oh, okay, there's a technical issue with the graphics, I think. Over 200 carats of lapis lazuli. Now, we've always been quite successful in being able to source this gemstone. Oh, I see the problem. The price point isn't lower. Oh, well, my producer will have to fix that for everyone. These are twisted swirl drops. There you go, a £1 reduction for you. Every little helps. And it's these kind of savings that actually allow you to increase your own profit margins, don't they? But of course, that price reduction is only available for 60 minutes, so you need to be dialing that free phone number right now to get involved. I'll tell you what, I'm thinking about a little cheeky pair of cufflinks to go with this shirt now. Actually, it looks quite beautiful with those pastel pinks, doesn't it? You know, lapis lazuli actually offers you a classic colour combination in fashion, doesn't it? And I'm fairly convinced it comes from lapis lazuli itself. I think the combination of using royal blue and gold together I think it is traditionally associated with the ancient Egyptians, and of course the reason they played on that colour combination so much is because lapis lazuli was so revered. And so often with our classic colour combinations, we're really just imitating Mother Nature herself, aren't we? I love this cut here because you have got the traditional pear drop, but because of the way they've been cut, you've got a little sort of swirl, twisted finish. It's again going to add a little bit of character, a little bit of texture to your designs. Over 200 carats of lapis lazuli here, and they're available for $8.95. I mean, I would say at 16 by 12 mil, these are large enough to be used as pendants. I mean, you could just put one of these on a long length of silver chain. That is seriously on trend. And right now, if you went down the high street, you could expect to see that kind of design, probably with, I don't know, a piece of plastic or glass on the end. And you could pay £20 for that. You can offer your customers real silver chain and a genuine gemstone, and your design could potentially be sold for what, £10? Some people will be thinking, well, I won't have made that much profit. I'm talking about using one gemstone. You've got all of these to make pure profit with. Oh, look at my tie. It's the lapis lazuli tie. I didn't even notice the little golden inclusions of pyrite on my tie. There you go. The classic combination continues. Didn't even notice that. That's good, isn't it? $8.95, but of course that price reduction only available for 60 minutes. We're going to move on. I'm going to give you another opportunity to own beautiful rose quartz. I mean, the epitome of femininity. I didn't even mean that. These go, once again, you could actually just recreate this cufflink design but using the ovals, couldn't you? Works, definitely works. 190 carats here, and actually I'll tell you, these have got a large face to the gemstone itself, so they'd work beautifully as pendants, particularly if you wanted to create details using your wire, or you wanted to surround them with other gemstones. Here, just thinking about wrapping the gemstone in another gemstone to almost create a floral finish. This is coming up later in the show, sort of a mulberry tone of quartz there. Oh, why can't I? Why don't I know how a mirror works at the age of 30? Good one. Okay, so rose quartz, and of course this is a very, very well-known gemstone. It's got a lot of associations with crystal healing. It's known as the gemstone of true love. So it has very, very romantic connotations as well, doesn't it? $7.95 for 190 carats of rose quartz. If you want to add these to your order, dial that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to move on. And we're now going to bring the final item for our price avalanche segment of the show. And this is an essential finding. So, you know, some people will have been really enthused about getting lapis lazuli into their collection. Some people like the sort of more feminine tones in the rose quartz. But whatever gemstones you like to work with, you're always going to need your essential eye pins. And you get 20 as part of this particular deal. They're 50 mil in length, so actually, if you're not working with really sizable gemstones, you could actually snip these off and get another eye pin out of them, depending on how much length you need. Gold-plated sterling silver, the perfect way to not only justify your own price points, but actually, if you're creating designs to wear yourself or give as gifts, it shows people the level that you're working on, doesn't it? And it creates a very high-end finish to any design. Gold-plated sterling silver. $20 of these in total, 50 mil in length, and add it to your order price of $6.95. I mean, we've already talked about, say, I'm just trying to think of the kind of price points that we can expect to pay for precious metals in, say, 12 months' time, I predict that we won't be able to bring you gold-plated sterling silver for $6.95. I would take advantage while you can of these kind of deals, wholesale offers for precious metals like gold-plated sterling silver. You get 20 there for just $6.95. Maybe you've already got your order up and running today. This is the perfect way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. We'll have to leave that one there because, without further ado, it's time for us to bring you essential tools as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, we are going to bring you your essential tools. Now, we all know tools are cool. And I think sometimes working with appropriate tools can make you feel a little bit more confident in the technique and the finish that you're trying to achieve. These are probably the two most essential pairs of pliers for any jewellery maker. Your round nose pliers that allow you to create the loops that you'll need, and the flat nose pliers that allow you, well, basically to do everything else. To close your jump rings, to manipulate your wire and your eye pins and your head pins. So these are the two most essential pairs of pliers in my opinion, and you've got the comfy grip handles. So they're just going to be a little bit more comfortable to work with. Maybe avoid a few of those calluses on your finger. And of course, whenever we bundle two items together, it means that we can offer you a wholesale deal on the items themselves, and that's exactly what we're about to do, even on our essential tools. Now, a lot of jewellery makers tell me that they actually get excited by investing in tools, and lots of people showing off that they've got more tools than their bloke who's a plumber these days and stuff like that. It's because jewellery making as a hobby is really becoming more of an addiction for a lot of crafters out there. But the tools are the kind of items that you only have to buy once, aren't they? So once you've got them in your collection, you can be confident you've got the right tool for the job, and you're going to be able to create the finish that your friends and family or your clients and customers deserve. Okay, so first of all, we are... What price should you have to pay for this? Normally this would cost you $9.90. This evening, as a star buy bundle, you can add them to your order for $7.95. Unbelievable. Lots and lots of people coming through on our free phone number and at jewellerymaker.com to add additional pairs of pliers to their order. I know a lot of people like to keep their original jewellery kit at home, and so they don't bring that to the craft fairs in case they misplace it. So always important to have a few tools on standby when you are selling your designs. You never know what might happen. Something can get damaged while you're transporting it. Somebody might request you to change the length of something, or...
Someone once asked me, can I buy those pliers from you?
Oh, really?
And I wasn't going to...
Okay.
Because I wanted...
Okay, Sam's just told me something really interesting. She said when she's been at craft fairs in the past, maybe, you know, helping out people or... right, so you're helping out on your mum's store. And basically somebody said, could you actually just fix this jump ring for me? She went to fix it and they said, where did you get those pliers? Can I buy them off you? So actually, you could have a little sideline in selling pliers if you're going to get hold of wholesale deals like this. $7.95 represents a discount deal this evening that is only available for 60 minutes. And of course, you've got the comfy grip handles, so much easier to work with. Particularly, you know, there are a lot of jewellery makers out there who maybe have dexterity problems or suffering from arthritis, but still, you know, have very creative visions, if you like, maybe working with the comfy grip handles might make it a little bit easier. And my producer's just handed everybody back another saving there. So these are down from $9.90 to $6.95 this evening. So we're essentially handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, or there and thereabouts. If you want to add this jewellery, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. If you have placed them in your basket, which you can see a lot of people have, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. Comfy grip bundle of your round nose pliers and your flat nose pliers available right now with a huge saving, down from $9.90 to $6.95, but of course only available at that price point for the next 60 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on. Just to make everybody aware, coming up in about 20 minutes time, the treble trouble deal of beautiful shell pearl. I love the colour tone here. It is a sky blue on the face of it, but you've got a slight sort of turquoise hue coming through as well. I love these, and these have been used in our showstopper design that has been created using the majority of our star buys this evening. The other unique feature to the design is this Sky Blue Apatite that's coming up in about an hour as our superstar buy, so not long to wait for these particular deals, so don't panic. But before that, we're going to try to find and add it to your order price for every single jewellery maker out there. And where are we going to start? I've only got 10 strands available. Absolutely gorgeous tanzanite. One of the most revered gemstones on the planet, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. And, you know, we were talking earlier about the fact there's a lot going on in the gemstone world at the moment. A lot of governments starting to take responsibility for their country's resources and trying to look at the commercial realities of selling gemstones. And so there are going to be new legislation restrictions brought in, one of which is on tanzanite. It's a one location gemstone, and it only forms in one mine known as Tanzanite 1. We kept thinking that we were coming to the end of the deposits in Tanzanite 1, and then we'd dig a little deeper, and we found the way it was forming in this step-like formation. But eventually it is going to run out, because we only have one known location. So, you know, we can go down another step, but before too long we're going to get to the centre of the earth, aren't we? There's no tanzanite there. So, you know, we were maybe being a little bit overly cautious 10 years ago. But of course, 10 years on, we're still mining the gemstone, and we are starting to look at depleted deposits. We don't want it to be a one-generation gemstone. We want our children, our children's children, to have the opportunity to own tanzanite, but it is becoming rarer and rarer year on year. And so, in order to maybe protect this resource a little, the Minister for Minerals in Tanzania has introduced new legislation that will be coming in later this year or at the start of next year that states that all tanzanite must be cut in the region. So it's to protect, you know, the local communities as well as the commercial viability of the gemstone, and to protect, you know, the major export of that country, which is gemstones. And so they're trying to protect those deposits they actually have left. So you can expect to see a huge increase on tanzanite going forward. Fortunately, this particular strand was purchased before this legislation came into play. And so we have been able to buy the rough tanzanite. We've been able to give this to our experienced lapidaries who have cut it for us. And they have done a rather sterling job, I must say. Faceted, very, very traditional checkerboard faceting on the surface of the gemstone. I mean, I'm thinking ring designs actually. If you really want to maximise on the profitability, I mean, if you were to get one of these in a ring, you could expect to see that set into, well, 9 karat gold at the least, maybe 18 karat gold, maybe platinum. It's almost like a AA saturation of colour. I'm not actually giving it that classification because the actual gemstone weights, the carat weights, as well as the consistency across the whole strand wouldn't warrant a genuine colour classification. I'm just trying to give you an idea of where it might sit were it given that colour classification. I would say it would sit alongside, quite happily sit alongside some AAs. Tanzanite is traditionally classified in this way, so you get very pale tanzanites, which are single A's. You get tanzanites that have this sort of violet tone, which I would say this is, that get a AA classification. A more vivid sort of blue hue is going to get a treble A, and then when you've got that rich royal blue, that's a quadruple A, and you're looking at 4-figure sums to own quadruple A tanzanite. As I say, this wouldn't actually gain a colour classification anyway, although it's pretty close, isn't it, the way it's been faceted. But if it were to gain a classification, I would say this is AA. Now, we know that the price of tanzanite is going to be increasing over the next 12 months or so. That's a given. But right now, we can offer you the best value on the market for one of the rarest gemstones available, one of the most revered gemstones. I would say that, you know, after the big four, this is the gemstone that most people want to own. In fact, some people, I guess, would put tanzanite before rubies, emeralds, sapphires, maybe even diamonds. It is thought to be 1,000 times rarer than a diamond. And of course, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, they've got thousands of years of heritage behind them. And in that time, we know that, you know, dubious trade links have built up. You haven't got that problem with tanzanite. You know your tanzanite's been ethically sourced because it's come from one mine. The same mine that Tiffany's tanzanites came from, your tanzanite came from. We only had 10, that's when we started. Some of these have already been allocated to baskets. In fact, we've only got 5 remaining, so half the stock's already been allocated. And at less than 50p a carat, for a gemstone 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, I'm not surprised they've been snapped up so quickly, especially when you consider the fact that, you know, in a year's time, who knows what you'll have to pay. Maybe we'll still be able to be highly competitive and we can bring you tanzanite, say £1 a carat rather than 49p a carat. Seems unlikely, and even then, why not take advantage of the value we can bring you right now? I know that a lot of people invest in our Gems of Distinction strands to increase their own gemstone collection with no intention of setting these into jewellery designs, but to be honest, I can understand why you wouldn't want to sell this tanzanite, but I can't understand why you wouldn't want to wear it. You've got to make this into a design, surely. In fact, you could just pinch one of these, one of the larger ones, because they range from 7 to 10 mil. Pinch one of the larger ones, use it as a pendant, and then you can keep the rest for your collection of tanzanite. Oh, our graphics has just jumped off screen. Don't panic. There are still 3 strands of tanzanite available, so if you want to add this to your order, 50p per carat for genuine tanzanite, checkerboard faceted. I mean, just look at the way it's sparkly. And it's available right now for $29.95. So we'll leave that one with you. And we're going to move on. Did you want to go to an early break and deal with that and then go through to the end, or do you want to try and fix it right now? Okay, so we're going to go to a quick break now so we can fix the slight graphical issue we're having. Don't forget, coming up in the final hour, the opportunity to own these 3 strands of shell pearl. Oh dear. Oh my word. Now this is shell pearl. It can handle it, but you don't want to miss out on this deal. Beautiful sky blue tone, and you're going to get 3 strands for one incredible deal. We're also going to give you the opportunity to own the tiara bundle, the premier strand of Sky Blue Apatite, and we're going to give you a little bit of inspiration because we have created, the royal we, Sam has created a beautiful design that features all of these star buys. So you're not going to want to miss out on any of them, and they're all coming up in the next hour. So we'll go to a quick break, we'll fix our graphics, and when we return, all of these deals are waiting for you, so don't go away.
Join guest designer Karen Crawford for our Talk Necklaces DVD. Karen will guide you through a number of techniques, including how to design free-form pieces, how to make structured necklaces, adding gemstones and the Aztec weave. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the Introduction to Stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh and master the art of friendly plastic. Liz will guide you through the basics of using this medium, including how to shape and fuse your friendly plastic and how to use transfer foils, gleams and gilding flakes. You will make an array of projects throughout the day and pick up lots of handy hints and tips. The full course includes a selection of friendly plastic colours, a findings pack in silver copper plated wire, use of gleam, gilding flakes and foils, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and learn all about silver clay with international art clay instructor Natalia Coleman. This workshop will guide you through the basics of using silver clay, including how to plan your designs, cutting and shaping, firing and polishing. The full course includes 20 grams of art clay, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just £109.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Very excited about the deals I've got coming up in the next hour for you. Coming up as our superstar buy in 60 minutes time, a premiere strand of Sky Blue Apatite. I mean, that is a swimming pool blue, isn't it? Absolutely phenomenal. Faceted to perfection, and the only reason that we've been able to facet the gemstone in this way is because of the gorgeous clarity that you've got from your Sky Blue Apatite here. A few sort of neon tones or tropical tones. These are, as I say, much more of your sort of swimming pool blues, perfect for the summer months. And a great combination to go with our other star buys coming up in this hour. So coming up in about 10 minutes time, this triple trouble deal on your shell pearl. and we have used them in a tiara design, so we're also going to bring you your tiaras as well. There you go. All going to fall off. Domino effect there. So there you go, the tiara's coming up. Sam's trying to get a design on air already. Hold it, hold your horses. We will show you that as soon as we've brought you the shell pearl, and then we'll bring you the subsequent deals later in the hour. But before then, we're going to try to fit in a few extra deals. I'm going to bring you these royal blue cabochons. Now these go well in these designs as well, actually. I'll tell you, you get 3 different sizes. You get 5 cabochons in total. These are the smallest of the cabochons, and they're quite large. They're 30 by 20 mil. Cabochon's very, very popular at the moment with wire workers and soutache designers, and of course macrame workers, because it's very easy to incorporate cabochons into macrame designs. These are your smallest ones. They're 30 by 20 mil, and you get 2 of those. Then we've got the middle-sized ones, medium-sized, sorry, 40 by 30 mil, and you get 2 of those. And then the largest of which, this is a real feature cabochon, is 50 by 40. You only get 1 of these, but I mean, that is going to make a massive impact on your jewellery designs, isn't it? Now these are all blue quartz. You can see how they work in a variety of different techniques, easily held in place in a macrame design, or of course maybe some elaborate wire work. Whoa, we're going lower? Just because we had a little graphical issue. There you go. We've taken them down to $6.95. To be honest, we only have a limited number available left in stock. So if you're coming through for one of the final few examples of the blue cabochon selections. Okay, so $8.95 should be your price point, and in 1 hour's time it will return to that price point, but we're estimating that we won't have any remaining in stock in 60 minutes because they're flying out the door so quickly at $6.95. That's just a little impromptu price. I actually have my producer to thank for that, and it's his way of apologising for the slight technical issue we just had. You did solve it very quickly though, guys, I must say. Here we go, have a look at this. Now this is your silver wire. 925 sterling silver round wire here. So we talked earlier, didn't we, about the idea of working with precious metals or semi-precious metals, and the fact that that allows you to justify your price point, because people are expecting to pay a premium, aren't they, if they are getting hold of sterling silver. And here, you've actually got over 8 grams of sterling silver in a 1 meter length of sterling silver wire. So you can actually create some of your elaborate and detailed designs in wire, but still offer your customers sterling silver. If you were to invest in this wire any other time, it would be $16.95. But of course, you're going to make that price point back, aren't you, because of the premium that people will be prepared to pay for your designs. But don't panic anyway, because for the last in stock, we're going to give you a clearance opportunity on this particular strand of 1 meter length of 925 sterling silver wire. $12.95. Wow, for 8 grams of sterling silver, that is seriously impressive. And I should just say, this is 1 mil gauge, so perfect for those structural pieces. I mean, actually, if you want to make a ring design, you want to sell your design, I mean, this is where it's at, isn't it? Sterling silver rings, maybe featuring faceted sky blue apatite. A lot of people coming through, and some people multi-buying this. I should just say, the only reason we can go so low on the price point is because we only have a limited number available now. So, as I say, if you are caught in two minds, I would add that to your order right now. You're still going to have your 30-day money-back guarantee, even on your essential components like your wire. Sterling silver wire, actually, something we don't see every day here at JewelleryMaker. We rarely see price reductions on it. So, if you are interested in adding that to your order, in fact... Oh, right, okay. The reason that we rarely see a price reduction on sterling silver wire is that we're not actually allowed to. A big screen was flashing on producer Liam's computer monitor saying, do not slash this item, but he's done it anyway, so there you go. That's what we do here on The Late Show. Don't forget, 3 strands of shell pearl coming up in less than 5 minutes now, in fact. I think that's going to be a sellout deal. Oh, I love this. I'll tell you what, this would go beautifully with the Sky Blue Apatite. This is that beautifully regal purple tone that you get from amethyst. Don't you think that's a great combination? The Sky Blue Apatite and the rich, regal purples from the amethyst. Now, are we all brilliant designers, or is it the gemstones here? Because this apatite, we haven't found anything it doesn't go with yet, have we? Fantastic. Oh, Liam, confident in his design skills. He said, well, I'll say it's a little from column A and a little from column B. I agree. We're all amazing designers, and the gemstones are doing all the work. 100 carats of amethyst here. These are statement pieces of amethyst, very, very high carat weights here. Elongated pear drops. They range in size from 13 by 8 to 33 by 11. I mean, each and every one of these is a pendant. Currently available on our website for $12.95, but we're not staying there. This evening, we are going to give you the best possible deal we can. Actually, we're going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P once again, because we're taking these under £10 for 100 carats of amethyst. That's what, 10p a carat? For amethyst. Have a look on the high street, you're going to see amethyst being used. Well, I would say it is the most well used gemstone on the high street jewellers. But they're not offering you, you know, sort of 10 carats in a gemstone. They're offering you, say, 1/5 of a carat for £70, for example, set into silver. So you can absolutely offer your customers far more competitive price points if you're investing in gemstones from us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company through JewelleryMaker. But you need to be reacting to those exclusive price reductions. It will only be available at this price point for 60 minutes. Should be $12.95. That in itself represents the best value in the market. We've taken it under £10, and just have a look at that traditional checkerboard faceting with that beautiful depth of colour, gorgeous lustre. Absolutely fantastic. That is seriously unbelievable. Any jewellery maker out there who intends to sell their designs, you need to be investing in amethyst, not just because it's gorgeous and goes with most other gemstones, but because it's used on the high street, people are aware of it, and when they see it, it's going to provide you with credibility. People are going to realise that you are sourcing genuine gemstones when they see huge carat weights of amethyst. Okay, that is going to be available at that clearance price, but only for 60 minutes. We're going to fit one more in before we bring you our shell pearl. I'll tell you what, it's the perfect combination with your shell pearl and your Sky Blue Apatite. It's gorgeous aquamarine. A lot of our expert designers telling us at the moment that aquamarine is fastly becoming their favourite gemstone because of the quality of aquamarine that we source here at JewelleryMaker. And that is a direct quote from Mark Smith, isn't it? He was telling us that the aquamarine has increased in quality so much that it's now become his favourite gemstone to work with. It's March's birthstone, so again, a lot of people have that personal association with the gemstone itself. And of course, most people like to invest in blue gemstones when they first embark on their gemstone journey, if you like. 70 carats of aquamarine here, and it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. It's currently available on our website for $12.95, but we're about to give you a clearance deal. Under £10, down to $9.95. And here you've got a little bit of variation, so a few different creative opportunities. They range in size from 7mm up to 11mm. And these are the broader, faceted top drill drops. They're available right now for $9.95, but only available at that price point again for 60 minutes. So if you do want to take advantage, then dial that free phone number right now. I'll have to leave it there, because it's time for me to bring you the treble trouble shell pearl deal. It's star buy time. We're going to go straight into it. Thanks for letting me do the big intro then, guys. Sorry I didn't hear you. Okay. Oh, I didn't hear you. Sorry, guys. Let's have a look at that tiara design, Sam. I'm so excited about it. Is that right? Can we have a look at your design? Yeah, you finished? Thank you, honey. Wow. Okay, so this has been put together while we've been live, so Sam's been doing 2 different jobs at once. And have a look at this, Sam. So impressed with what you've been able to create here. She does, she just mopped her brow. So she's been working overtime there to put this together for us. Love that. You can see there that little flesh. Is that a little... Look at that. Is that... It almost looks like a little butterfly. That little apatite flourish you've put on there. You can see here, this is the apatite, and that's coming up as our superstar buy. Love that. Goes really, really well with these. It's also featured the 3mm agate and clear quartz from our 3mm bundle that we showed you earlier in the show. And we've had Sheila from She Shells Jewellery text in to say, that is gorgeous.
Thank you.
And I have to concur, it is fantastic, Sam. Look at that, the finish is phenomenal. Now, the apatite is really sort of the star of the show, isn't it? That's the little flourish, that's the high-end gemstone, the faceted opportunity that allows you to offer your customers genuine gemstone tiaras. But the real feature of the piece, the ultimate accent, are these massive shell pearls. These are what are making it such a significant look. Do you want to come and model it for us, Sam? Or do you want me to model it? Sam will model it. Shall I put it on for you?
You can.
Oh, look at that. Looks even more beautiful now it's on, Sam. Look at that. That looks fantastic. The Late Show, now with added ladies. Sam, beautiful piece of jewellery, and thank you for being such a lovely model.
As well,
yes.
It's extremely light in your head. It's very
it's
light.
light because of the shell
gem
pearl.
Heavy,
very good point.
That's why you need the micro beads and you need the Sky Blue Apatite.
So you need the apatite and the 3mm to provide you with the accents.
Yes, definitely.
Actually, you're right. So the shell pearl itself, that's a great point. So the shell pearl allows you to create a very gem-heavy look, but it'll still be very comfortable to wear. Good thinking, Sam. I love this. I have to say, it goes very well with my outfit again. It's like we planned it, which we didn't. Now, I should just make this clear. This features a lot of our star buy deals this evening. So if you are taking advantage of these deals,
not your head.
That's not as beautiful as Sam though, but I'll put up with it.
Sam's head fine.
Okay. Doesn't want to see it on my head, so he's brought me this. Okay. Sam, I would describe this as being half the model you are.
It needs a wig.
Yeah. Yeah, should we get this a little bit of a hairdo going on? Okay, now I should just be clear. What we're bringing you right now is the shell pearl. The tiaras are coming up at past. The Sky Blue Apatite is coming up as our superstar buy. Right now, we're bringing you a treble trouble deal on 3 strands of this baby blue shell. And I have to say, it does have a slight turquoise tone to it as well, I think. So it'll work in those tropical sort of holiday style designs if you do want to mix it in. Big impact. Looks like it's going to be gem heavy, but very, very comfortable to wear. Great point from Sam there on the shell pearl. Should be $20.85, but of course you get a lot of shell pearl on 3 strands, but that's not your price point tonight. So all of those people allocated this to their order when they thought it was going to be $20.85. What a fantastic deal. We've just taken this down to $14.85 this evening. That is incredible value. Of course, a lot of people aren't necessarily influenced by, you know, the way in which you've got hold of your genuine gemstones. The fact that you're able to offer your customers natural minerals will make a huge difference, particularly when you're selling shell pearl, because there are going to be so many pearl designs available at craft fair stores that are actually faux pearl in the form of plastic or enamel. I've seen enamel pearls, things like that. These are a genuine mineral. They've been formed using the shell nacre, and then they've been shaped into perfect uniform 12mm rounds. So really, they're ticking every box, aren't they? You get that traditional pearl essence because of the nacre. You get a perfect round, which you'd be hard pushed to get hold of. And this represents exactly £6 worth of savings, so should be $20.85. We're now down at $14.85. Okay, shall I tell everybody then? Okay. I get the impression that you don't like this new rule producer, Leah. Because you got rumbled for taking things to the penny, they were like, hold on a minute, you're messing up the website, everything's all out of whack. Please try to stick to the 95p price, what do you call it? Pricing strategy on the website. And Liam was, well, I think he was mostly annoyed that he got rumbled. And I was just saying that the bundles are only ever available for 60 minutes, so I'm sure it won't be an issue that we've gone to $14.85 to give you a round saving. But ever the maverick, Liam says, no, 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 they said 95. And that means that everybody who's already come through on the free phone lines, a lot of people were multi-buying. You're about, oh, and he didn't even go to $13.95, he went to $12.95. Managers, beware of your yes, he's only enforcing your rule. Do you know what? It's a massive benefit to all the jewellery makers out there. Why are the top two names coming through Paula and Martha? Is that just a coincidence? Or it could be the bosses, who knows? Don't worry, he's all right. He's giving everybody amazing value, incredible deals. He's making these beautiful shell pearls probably as affordable as they've ever been. 3 strands for $12.95 now. We're talking about £4.30 per strand. I'm just going to count the amount of pearls, because actually, imagine this. Take one of these, create a wire work ring design. You know those South Sea pearls or Tahitian pearl designs? The one in a ring, you can buy them from very famous high street charm shop for 3-figure sums. You can also buy them from, you know, high-end pearl suppliers, and I've actually seen Tahitian pearls being sold for 4-figure sums. 19999 for a Tahitian pearl set I saw the other day. So that goes to show you that when it comes to owning pearls, people are prepared to pay huge sums. I understand these are shell pearl, and of course you can explain that to your customers, but if you emulate those designs, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. That means you could create 36 rings with this strand. Let's take that as an average and say you get 3 strands. That means you could create 100 shell pearl rings, even if you sell them at £5 a pop. Even if you sell them at £2.50 a pop at a summer fete, you're still making a huge amount of profit. 100 rings at, let's go in the middle then. Let's say £4 to be really affordable on your craft fair. That's £400. You've probably offered somebody the most affordable piece of jewellery they're ever likely to see at a craft fair at £4. And Judith's been getting involved. She says, oh no, sorry, that's to make sure it came through. Ed, I have just made a lovely emerald and green pearl necklace. Those would be lovely with a couple of sky blue stones in the middle. Well, it just so happens, Judith, that I have the sky blue gemstones to bring you. I'll tell you what, Judith, why don't you do me a quick favour and either text through a picture of your design or post it on Ed Presenter, and then everybody can be inspired by your design. Is that a good idea? So there you go. And then you can emulate Judith's design, but using the sky blue tones. Yeah, so Judith, if you can do us all a favour and let us see the design, that'd be great. And of course, coming up, well, in about 40 minutes' time, the superstar buy, which is your Sky Blue Apatite. Fantastic. And of course, I just have to say a massive thank you to Sam, who has pretty much worked through all of her breaks to make sure she could give us this kind of inspiration. You can see there how the Sky Blue Apatite's been used to great effect. And of course, if you did want to incorporate your shell pearl into tiara designs, then we are going to bring the tiaras, and you've only got about 15 minutes to wait before we bring you our next star buy, the tiara bundle. Can I ask one question? I know I should already know this, but see, I'm so clever, aren't I? I'm like, why have we got such a random number? Why have we got 14? And they're like, Ed, Sam needed one. I'll tell you what, I'm ashamed of myself. Okay, so you get 15 tiara headbands as part of our next star buy, coming up in 15 minutes. Are you being serious? Is that seriously the price point? How many of them have we got? Just over 100 available on that bundle. I can tell you right now it's going under £10 for 15 tiara headbands. In fact, it's going under £9. Coming up in 15 minutes time. And, oh yes, now we had a look at this strand earlier. This is a sort of a, I'm going to call it mulberry quartz. I know it's going to come through as pink or red. Say again, sorry? Oh, of course, right, okay. So we did have a look at this earlier, so important to bring you this deal. Faceted quartz here. These are these 8 mil rounds? And as I say, I knew they'd have a red or a pink colour classification, but actually I would describe these as more of a sort of red wine-like tone, a sort of, they've got an almost fuchsia or magenta tone coming through. Absolutely gorgeous. 8 mil rounds, I mean, those used in a macrame bracelet is going to look seriously high-end, isn't it? Because of the amount of facets you've got on the surface of each gemstone, sparkling beautifully. They're available right now for $7.95 for 160 carats. We've got a lot to fit in over the next 40 minutes or so, so forgive me if we up the pace a little, but where are we going to? Okay, ooh, another double trouble deal, this time on your sunstone. Now this is the way we're going to try to bring you a few clearance deals. To create wholesale opportunities, we're going to bundle 2 strands together and give you a phenomenal saving. Wow, sorry, can we just focus on this gemstone for 1 second because it really wants to be noticed. Just have a look at that. Wow, the copper inclusions inside that give you that golden sparkle are actually affecting the colour here that you can see on this gemstone. Look at that, that golden vibe you've got going on there on the facet. Now this is going to be a clearance deal, so normally if you were to buy 2 strands of sunstone, it would be $35.90. Are they normally $17.95? Yeah. So yeah, 17. What's that? Sorry. Normally $17.95 per strand, so traditionally 2 strands of this would cost you $35.90. That is not going to be your price point this evening. We're going to offer you a wholesale clearance deal on these by bundling 2 of them together. Not only do we offer you 280 carats of sunstone, but we take it down to $24.95. Normally you'd have to pay $35.90 to get hold of 2 strands of sunstone. Right now, we have created a clearance double deal. Normally 1 strand would be $17.95. Right now, 2 strands for $24.95. Unbelievable quality and huge carat weights. Because they actually graduate in size, they range from 10 by 6 up to 29 by 7. So just have a look at how large some of these more significant gemstones are. Look at that. Oh, wow. I always think of sunstone as a sort of Mother Nature having a go at a bit of craft work. It really looks like she's put some glitter inside the gemstones, doesn't it? These are actually copper inclusions that give you that golden shimmer. Absolutely phenomenal. We're going to leave this one with you. And also, normally with the sunstone, we normally look at plain drops, don't we? But I absolutely think the faceting here is allowing those inclusions to enhance the look, which will, of course, benefit your designs and your finished pieces. Look, that's phenomenal, isn't it? $24.95, a clearance deal for 2 strands of sunstone. Now I'm going to bring you a double deal on your Heliodor. So another member of the beryl family, although sometimes I think Heliodor's a little bit neglected, I suppose, because, well, it rubs shoulders with some big guns, doesn't it, as part of the beryl family. And it's a little bit like the black sheep of the family, isn't it? Because it's not emerald and it's not morganite and it's not aquamarine. What it is essentially yellow beryl, golden beryl, and it's known as Heliodor. It is absolutely gorgeous. You've got, really for me, sort of daffodil yellows there because you've got those slight variations. Corner drilled cushion cuts here. So you get those dynamic diamond-like cuts. Rhombus shapes, I suppose they are. And, as I say, what we've tried to do is take 2 gems of distinction strands so that we can create a wholesale deal. Normally this would be $35.90, so again, your Heliodor is traditionally $17.95. We've taken it down to $21.95, so that's the equivalent of buy one for $17.95. Get one for £4. That is unbelievable value. And I should just say, you've got a lot of gemstones on these strands. They've been sort of double stranded, if you like. The gemstone's been sort of clustered on the strand to give you as many gemstones as we possibly can. 160 carats on each strand, so you've got over 300 carats in total. 100% natural. You've got all of those beautiful, I suppose, daffodil yellows, and you've got those more lemon tones as well, so a beautiful variation of colours. And if you're somebody who thinks quite methodically and likes to colour graduate your gemstones, like Mark always colour graduate, you could pick out some of the deeper colour tones and keep some of the more subtle hues for other designs, or of course you could play on this variation and set them in this clustered way. $21.95 is a clearance deal this evening for 2 strands of Heliodor. Absolutely phenomenal. Gorgeous. Now I'm going to bring you 2 strands of, is this moonstone? Or is it, whoa, it's definitely moonstone. Have a look at this, just saw a whole rainbow. I know the studio lights are going to let me down, I won't be able to show you it. Can't quite see it. Oh, look at this, violet agilurescence. Look at these, absolutely gorgeous. Now this particular gemstone is very, very popular with jewellery makers because it leads to sales. Not only is it June's birthstone, but also anytime you can offer your customers one of these optical phenomenons like this colour play you see in the gemstone, it's going to capture their imagination. It's going to make them fall in love with the gemstone itself. Hopefully that there you go. That's the edge iridescence. Again, our studio lighting isn't really suitable for offering you the best chance to see edge iridescence, but I'll tell you what does offer you that chance, getting these home and seeing them in the flesh. If you were to buy 2 strands individually, it would normally cost you $19.90, so they're normally $9.95 per strand, but as part of a double clearance deal, we're going to give you the equivalent of buy one, get one for £2. You've got 85 carats of rainbow moonstone on each strand, 170 carats in total as part of this deal. 170 carats of rainbow moonstone for $11.95. And just have a look at that edge iridescence. I've pretty much been able to show you the optical effect on every single gemstone, despite the fact that we're in the studio. So really strong presence of that optical effect on these particular strands. They do come from our elite range of gemstones. They come from our Gems of Distinction range. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Lime green, sky blue adulorescence actually. So you could actually match these up with your Sky Blue Apatite and maybe match up the adulorescence with another gemstone. I mean, that's just gorgeous, isn't it? Have a look at this. Love that combination, because all of a sudden I'm seeing lots and lots of blue adulorescence, and maybe it's picking up on the colour tone from the Sky Blue Apatite. A clearance double deal there, 2 strands of moonstone for $11.95. Normally 1 strand would cost you $9.95, so it's like buy one, get one for £2. Absolutely unbelievable value. If you want to get hold of this, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Once again, I've probably got more people with it in their basket than bundles available. So please make sure you check out, because if somebody comes through on the free phone line right now, your bundle could be allocated to their order. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We're moving up. Sorry? Right. Ooh. Clear quartz, through drilled, faceted pear drops. I mean, clear quartz is an essential for most jewellery makers, because you get the neutrality. You get that traditional sparkle. It's going to work with any other gemstone, I suppose. Normally $7.95 per strand, giving you an overall price point for 220 carats of clear quartz of $15.90. But as part of a clearance double deal, we're going to take that even lower. And once again, we're going to offer you the chance to buy one, get one for £2. Wow, oh, look at that there. That's perfect. That's what we're looking for from our clear quartz. And that is the price point that we're looking at for clear quartz. $9.95. Actually, you don't really need to set this with another gemstone, do you? You could use this all on its own. In fact, can you pass me that tiara design, please, Pete? Participation, Pete. And Pete, I want to see if you can expertly model this. Oh, sorry, it's right here. I just wanted to see if Pete could expertly model it as well as Sam. I'm just thinking you could set a few of these into your tiara design to give you that little bit of sparkle, couldn't you? Actually, even if you didn't use any of these gemstones, these would look gorgeous in tiara designs, wouldn't they? These are literally flying out the door. I've got lots and lots of multi-buyers on this particular bundle. Buy 1 strand of clear quartz, get one for £2 essentially right now. So if you do want to get involved with that deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. I think a lot of people are going to be investing in that bundle to create tiara designs. So should we do an early star buy right now and bring the tiara bundle? Just because lots of people are actually still on the phone lines right now to our help team. So without further ado, I'm going to bring you the tiara bundle as a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for a very, very popular item. All I can say is, do you know what? I don't care how much trouble I get in. If you want to get hold of this, start dialing now. If you're shopping online, you will be able to add these to your basket the second the graphics hit the screen. But just to make it fair, because we know how popular the hairbands are for tiara designs and traditional headbands, Sam is virtually in tears out here that she's going to miss out on this deal after all the hard work she's done on the tiara design.
I've finished all my breaks now.
Oh no, and she's used up all her breaks making her inspirational piece, so she can't even request a break.
If my mum's watching, please get me.
Okay, that's fair, because Sam's worked so hard on the show. Sam's mum, if you're watching the show, can you please order one of these for Sam? And regular viewers will know Sam's not joking. She is very, very serious. Sometimes when you're away, Sam, and you phone in, we show it on the camera. Say, look, Sam's staff's ordering now.
Or I annoy you for hours on end.
Oh yes, you can text me about 8 times before we go live. Say, what time will they be? What time will they be, Ed? Okay, so this is the design that Sam put together, just in case you've just tuned in. Maybe you've just got home from an event or a barbie or something, and you've tuned in to get hold of some of our greatest deals where you've came at the right time. Sam has put together this design. You can recreate this design if you are adding to all of our star buys to your order tonight, because we've just brought you the shell pearl that did prove to be very, very popular. And we're now bringing you the tiara special. You get 15 hairbands in total. I can tell you that last weekend I had a kit on the morning show that featured 5 of these. The kit itself was, I think, around 30 or 40 pounds. It sold out in seconds. And one of the reasons that my producer thought it had sold out so quickly was the inclusion of the headbands, because the tiara or headbands tend to sell out quite quickly whenever we put them onto our website. And I suppose it's just one of those items that, you know, we're a little bit reliant on our supplier to give us more. So, you know, it's not something that we can source really, really frequently. I think we're getting much, much better actually at replenishing our stocks when we do sell out on our website. We try to get them back in stock as quickly as possible. Of course, just like any other business, we're a little bit at the, what's going on? We're a little bit at the mercy of our supplier is what I was going to say. Oh, Pete, you look fantastic. Sam, this was Sam ambushed you so that you could show us this great tiara design. Can I be honest with you? I don't think you're doing the design justice.
Yeah,
Can you get it off of your head? What were you going to say?
Well, Sam just came and slapped it on my head.
Right, you two, stop flirting on set. We've got work to do here. I'll show you how it should be worn. Oh, yes. You see, Pete, that's how you pull off a tiara design. No, only joking. Neither Pete or I will model any more jewellery intended for women. That's one guarantee. Although, I have to say, this is a very innovative idea that I haven't seen too many times. The 2 hairbands actually bound together using wire to create a very beautiful design. And actually, if you just got hold of the clear quartz, you could actually set these into the centre of that design. Those are gorgeous, and the antique gold finish. Just to be clear, that's what you're getting here. You get 15 of these in total. I just realised, I was just thinking, wow, most of the stock's gone. We had just got just over 100, and I was thinking, oh wow, most of that stock must be allocated now. We hadn't even brought the price on screen. $6.95 for 15 hairbands. I'll tell you what, if you are intending to maybe, how many? Wow, that works out at 46p per headband. Shall I just tell you, creating bridal tiaras, or even tiaras for proms and balls, they actually allow a lot of jewellery makers to achieve those higher price points, the 3-figure sums. And so to bring you the hairband, really the starting point for any tiara design, for 46p per item, that is seriously impressive. No wonder I've got so many jewellery makers adding 2 of these to your order. I mean, you could get 30 hairbands right now, couldn't you? We've still got some stock remaining, is that right? So we've got around about, well, we've got over 50 of these left in stock still, so that's great. So if you do want to add these to your order, there are still plenty of opportunities, but I don't think they'll be around for too much longer. $6.95 for 15 hairbands. That is seriously impressive. I'm massively impressed with that deal. And of course, if you did get hold of the shell pearl, and you've already got your order up and running, this is another great way to take advantage of the value we can bring you and maximise on your 1p&p all at once here. We brought 3 strands of shell pearl for $12.95, didn't we? And that was being snapped up left, right and centre. Sam's showing off because she got 2 of those in her break. And that's being part sold at the bottom of the screen. So if you want to add the shell pearl to your order, it's still available. Limited availability now, as I'm sure you can imagine, but there are still some in stock. $12.95. Seriously. Can I tell people that? Okay, so I've explained the process before, and of course I used to actually manage this process. The idea is that our producers put together money-saving bundles, and they send their suggestions, including all of the items they're going to put into the bundle, as well as the price point, to our management team, who then approve the bundle. And Liam's just admitted that when he put this particular bundle together, he sort of put it through a little bit optimistically, sort of expecting it to be rejected because the price point was so low. It slipped through the net, it's made it to air, and now that is your cue to get involved. Dial that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at jewellerymaker.com. We are now approaching limited availability. 15 hairbands for $6.95. Maybe you know somebody who's away for the weekend or what have you. If you want to make a friend for life, why not add one of these to your order? You're not going to pay another P&P, and they only owe you $6.95. Unbelievable deal. Star by opportunity. And of course, if you did want to absolutely recreate Sam's design, then the Sky Blue Apatite is coming up for you in about 15 minutes time as our superstar buy. Oh, all of a sudden Samantha's coming through online as Sam picks up the studio tablet there. What's going on there, Sam? You got some hairbands?
I don't know what you're on about.
Cheeky monkey.
You're seeing things, Ed.
No? That's not you? No?
No.
We'll see. $6.95. Unbelievable star buy deal. I'm so impressed with that. Well done, producer Liam. And coming up as our final star buy, our superstar buy, in about 15 minutes time, Sky Blue Apatite. And of course, if you are thinking about how to incorporate those into your designs, all you need to do is look at Sam's inspirational tiara piece. Beautiful. We'll put the photo up on the Facebook site. Is that okay, Sam? Yeah, and we'll put it on my presenter page as well. So there you go. Lots of inspiration. We'll leave those to one side. People still coming through for the headbands, of course. Keep dialing up until the stock has all gone. Let's move on then. Let's give everybody a few more deals before we bring the Sky Blue Apatite. Okay. Now these are your rainbow coated orange quartz. We did the sort of golden variety earlier. This is more of the sort of copper tone, if you like. Depending on what you mix it with, I suppose. You could either play on the tangerine hues, or you could maybe tone it down, put it in more of a vintage design and play on the copper tone. So a few different options for all the jewellery makers out there. over 150 carats of orange coated rainbow quartz. And these are 8mm plain rounds. Again, perfect for macrame designs, aren't they? But actually, the plain rounds in high demand. Well, always, I suppose, both for beginners and experienced jewellery makers. It's available right now for $7.95, what I would consider to be an add it to your order price for genuine gemstones like these, especially when you're talking about this kind of carat weight. Obviously, when we're looking at pricing for our gemstones, we have to factor in a variety of different sort of criteria. Not just the sourcing of the gemstone itself, but also how labour intensive the processes are which the gemstone's gone through. So not always easy to source quartz which is suitable for use in jewellery. But once you have managed to find that, of course, we have to fly it to the other side of the world because our cutting house is based in India. Then it has to go through the polishing process to create these 8mm plain rounds. Then, of course, it has to receive this treatment that gives it this rainbow finish. And when you see this in the flesh, you'll be mesmerised by the array of colours that you see when this is moved in the light. $7.95, and add it to your order price for a beautiful gemstone. Ooh, I like this. Have a look at these beautiful violet tones that you've got here from your iolite gemstone that we described earlier as having a very rich heritage attached to it, a long legacy because it was revered by the Vikings back in the day. So I think that traditionally iolite's going to be revered by gemstone collectors. And I suppose whenever you've got a gemstone which is going to be more appealing to gemstone enthusiasts or collectors, that's when you can get away with really playing on the organic cuts here. Because these rough cut nuggets that give you these irregularities actually, for me, offer a little more character to somebody who has an understanding of gemstones and gemology, because they show the way the gemstones actually form. And actually you can see the intensity of the temperatures and the pressures that are actually these gemstones are exposed to when the crystals themselves are forming. Absolutely gorgeous. And I love the variation of colours. They sort of range from navy blues to tanzanite blues to pale blues. Gorgeous. I actually like the idea of working with the same gemstone but in two different cuts. So you take your rough cut nuggets and say your faceted droplets. So it's almost like you're telling your customers the story of how the gemstone goes from being a rough gemstone to being a faceted polished gemstone. That's just one idea. I have created a design. I'm nearly finished, in fact, my morganite necklace, so I'll bring that in soon. 140 carats in total, quite large, significant pieces of iolite rough. Oh my word, $6.95. These are the kind of items that actually you could have just to sort of dress your stall, just to show people that you are sort of sourcing genuine gemstones, and of course they become a bit of a talking point, don't they? So people say, oh, what's that you've got there? And you say, oh yeah, no, it's not a necklace, it just shows you the way the gemstones form. It's going to instantly give you credibility as a designer, and of course people will be able to see that you can source the real deal. Beautiful iolite here, 140 carats for $6.95. Sam's telling me
on my stall I've got about 2 of them and a few others that I haven't actually used as of yet. And what I'm doing is putting them in a bowl, letting people pick, and having pre-made spirals.
For
and then
they
can just well, actually just to add it in, and then it's a pendant. So
oh,
people
you
can
mean
come over.
Sorry, the way you went like that. Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so that's a great idea. So this is what Sam does. She creates settings for gemstones. So So little pre-made wire settings. The eye pins just sat in the centre of the spiral, and then she has a variety of rough cut gemstones, and all she does is wire wrap it onto that so you can actually pick your own gemstone for your pendant. There you go, that's a great idea. And of course, if you're making jewellery on your stall, people are going to notice that. It's going to attract attention over to your stall and potentially lead to greater sales. So that's a great idea, Sam. Fantastic. 140 carats, and of course a better idea is to add this to your order for $6.95. Another add it to your order price, another great way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. We're going to move on though. Oh, we've received a message from Judith who says, wow, felt like a challenge, was only halfway through the necklace, sent it via email. Oh, there you go. So we can see Judith's design. Can anybody get onto our website and we'll show it? I think she's emailed it through to JM Studio, I reckon. Check, I don't know. Otherwise we'll show it first thing tomorrow morning, but yeah. I'm guessing it's JM Studio, the Wall of Fame email address. I don't know. Okay, we're going to move on. Ooh. Okay, Judith, can you just text through to producer Liam and let us know where it was emailed to, and he'll get it on screen. Have a look at this then. I just missed the trick there. The highlight, the rough cut highlight with the faceted Sky Blue Apatite. Ooh, that's a fantastic combination. Okay, we're going to move on. That Sky Blue Apatite coming up about 5 or 10 minutes time, not long to wait at all. We're now going to bring you the purple dyed agate. Beautiful variation of banding here. Love this. A real variety of rich amethyst purples and softer lavender tones, but for me it's all about the banding. Look at this. Each and every gemstone, totally unique, totally bespoke. I've just personally fallen in love with that. But there you go, look at that for real variation there. Gorgeous. 18 by 13 mil in size, giving you over 200 carats of purple striped agate. And these are your puffy rectangles, so they are going to sit proud in your designs. Actually, you could use these to create ring designs. Oh, that's gorgeous. I would use gold coloured wire with purple just because it looks so opulent and elegant, very regal if you like, but actually works just as well with the silver tones. Over 200 carats of purple striped agate. If you want to get involved, then please start dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, you can click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com, but we are approaching limited availability. I think we may be having some issue with accessing our website. Here's a little question for you, Judith. Would you mind uploading your design to my Facebook site, Ed Presenter, with a lowercase p? That would be a great help. Thank you. We're going to move on. I knew you were going to pick that then. These are sterling silver. I suppose they could be seen as spacer beads, but because of the way they've been faceted, these would be perfect as accents or even features within your design, especially when you're dealing with sterling silver. They're almost like little disco balls because of the way they've been faceted. You get 5 in total. They're 7 mil in size. Actually, you could create the sort of Shambhala style bracelets and just put 5 sterling silver beads, or even cluster them on the end of a pendant design, a sort of chandelier style design, because a little bit of movement is going to give you a great play of light because of the way they've been faceted. 7 mil in size. You've got that textured finish, which, as I say, almost makes it look a little mini disco ball. 925 sterling silver, and here comes your price point this evening. Again, and add it to your order price when you consider the fact that we're able to offer you semi-precious metals here, sterling, silver, and of course that's going to allow you to operate on that slightly higher level, differentiate yourself from other crafters out there, and maybe be seen as more of a high-end jewellery designer if you're working with 95 sterling silver, particularly sort of hammered or textured findings that offer you a little bit of character in your designs. $6.95 is the add it to your order price point, and as I say, you do get 5 in total with this deal, not just 1. That was just the best way to show you it. So we're going to leave that there as people come flying in on our website, jewellerymaker.com. Don't forget, as ever, if you place an item in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. And we're going to move on. And we're now going to bring you, wow, this is beautiful. Is this more rutile quartz? Wow, so once again, a variety of a gemstone that's prized for its inclusions and tends to really excite collectors or anybody who's enthusiastic about the idea of gemology, because you can see the way a slightly different element has had a huge influence on the overall finish of the gemstone. Now this rutile quartz has some gorgeous variations. You've got some golden rutile quartz, you've also got some earthy colour tones in those inclusions, and they're top drilled pear drops, so they could all be used as pendants. They range in size from 11 by 8 to 18 by 10. Currently available for $9.95, but for the next 60 minutes, or more likely, while stocks last, we're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. Taking it down to $6.95 and essentially handing you back the equivalent of your P&P, just to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. So if you've previously invested in any of the items we've brought you today, this is a great way to maximise on your one P&P and of course make the most of that price reduction, because you can get this home for just $6.95. And you can see it in the flesh so that you can make an informed decision. Lots of people getting involved now. We talked earlier about the fact that people tend to use our Gems of Distinction range to increase their own personal collection of gemstones. Of course, the owner of the company famously has some rather large examples of rutile quartz in his personal collection. And anybody who's ever been along to one of our workshops will have had the privilege of seeing that particular collection of gemstones. Quite extensive, I must say. If you want to own rutile quartz, you can do it right now for $6.95 for 60 carats. Judith, thank you so much. Judith has uploaded her image to my Facebook site, and I've got it here. Should we have a look at it right now? Have a look at this. Excuse all the fingerprints on the tablet. That's what happens, isn't it? Because of the old swiping. But there you go. What was that? Pearls and emerald? So you could emulate this using the large sky blue pearls on the neckline and then a few of the Sky Blue Apatite as the feature. Oh, thank you so much for sending that through, Judith. As I say, if ever you've got anything to share with us here on The Late Show, then don't hesitate. You are my guest designer more often than not, because we don't traditionally have a guest designer on The Late Show. Sometimes we do. Have we got one tomorrow? No. Oh yes, okay, I'm working on it. We might have a designer tomorrow, yes. Okay, so that's Judith's design, but as I say, if we haven't got an expert designer, or even if we have a very community spirit here. That didn't make sense. We employ a community spirit here on JewelleryMaker. So if you've got anything you want to share with the group, a tip, or you want to criticise me, that's fine. Just let me know, tell me off, and then I won't do it again. And of course, if you've got any design inspiration to provide our audience with, then don't hesitate to put it through to my Facebook site. So thank you very much, Judith. And of course, we do have that Sky Blue Apatite. It's coming up in around about, well, probably about 2 or 3 minutes actually, so not long to wait at all before we launch this strand of Sky Blue Apatite. Before that though, we're going to fit in a couple more deals. Beautiful. Now, you'd be forgiven for mistaking this for August birthstone, wouldn't you? It's peridot green. But it's actually quartz. I think, I do think that they were trying to create a peridot look, if I'm honest. But it'd just be difficult to find carat weights of peridot this large so that you could facet them into perfect rounds. So they actually graduate in size from 8mm up to 12mm. And these are this coated quartz, which provide you with the exact same look you'd get from peridot, but a bit more of an affordable price point for this kind of carat weight. 90 carats of green coated quartz here in your faceted rounds, ranging from 8 to 12mm. Comes from our Gems of Distinction range because of that beautifully uniformed finish you have on the faceted rounds. And here comes your price point. Wow, $9.95, another added to your order price. So another way that you can potentially maximise on your 1P&P by taking advantage of this deal. $9.95 for your faceted rounds of beautiful green quartz. Although, as I say, you could be forgiven for mistaking this for natural peridot. Yes, the faceted sterling silver findings that we brought you. They'd work perfectly on those designs, wouldn't they? Sam was trying to mouth the inspiration to me. I can't open the bag. I'm not very, I can't open it. It won't open. I just can't open this Sealy bag. I know. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Oh, I've got in. Shall I just say that when I go to the supermarket and I'm waiting at the till, I literally have to ask whoever it is that's serving me to open the carry bag. I can't do it. I actually can't do it. I look like I'm not all there because I'm like, and they're like, do you want me to help you with that? And I'm like, please. I seriously can't. It's something I just can't do. I've never been able to do it. I used to work on a till in a supermarket when I was younger, and I still can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm very, very methodical in the way I pack my bags. Nobody's allowed to help me. I do it, but I can't open the bags. Anyway, there you go. That's something you didn't know about me. This is what Sam was suggesting. I see now why it's such a perfect match, because the faceting mirrors it. The faceted finish you've got on the silver balls mirrored in the green quartz. So Nicola has sent in a text to the show and it says, "Hi Ed, the coated quartz is gorgeous. Can I just ask, is the daily P&P from midnight to midnight or 9 till 9? Thanks, Nikki." Okay, Nikki, I don't want to get this wrong, and it is a fantastic question for all of our customers. Sam knows the answer. Midnight to midnight. There you go. That's the best thing about having a JM fan on the floor. She knows the answer. I should know. The mother of my children is actually the manager of the call centre. Something I should probably know. Okay, so it goes from midnight to midnight. Great knowledge, Sam. Good question, Nicola. Do you know what I'm thinking? Is it about time for Superstar Buy? It's Superstar Buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our Superstar Buy. And what we've tried to do is provide you with a little bit of inspiration tonight, which features a lot of our best deals. So we try to do a star buy every 30 minutes or so, but we always close the show with our most exclusive deal. And that, this evening, is the premiere launch of Sky Blue Apatite. Now, I'm really excited about Apatite at the moment because, you know, we are quite privileged here on JewelleryMaker because, well, we get to do what we love for a living. So we get to handle beautiful and luxurious gemstones. We even get to learn how to make gorgeous jewellery designs. And we get paid for it, don't we, Sam? So that's quite good, isn't it? Sam said, I've been doing so well, but I have pulled the tassel off. My apologies. Now, some of the new viewers will be looking at this and thinking, what is the relevance of the tassels? Okay. Now, the tassels generally means that this strand has been sourced by our Indian buying office. And that means that it falls into our Gems of Distinction range, which represents our elite range of gemstones, the highest possible quality we can source for you. Now, as I was saying, one of the really exciting things about working with gemstones is that aside from jewellery making, you have to do your own independent research. You have to stay up to date with anything that's happening in the gemological world, as well as, now this is something new to me, following current fashion trends, because it really feeds into the kind of designs you end up seeing on JewelleryMaker being put together by our experts. And of course, it helps me to, you know, guide you through the kind of gemstones that are hot at the moment. I have to tell you, I've been doing a lot of research into American jewellery designs, the sort of, not the really, really high-end designs, but sort of, you know, the mid-range fashion jewellery designs. Apatite is being used more and more by American fashion designers. I think they seem to have fallen in love with apatite. Now, I always say, and I think it's true, generally, America makes things famous, doesn't it? And as soon as something becomes a big trend in America, 3 to 6 months later, it's the big thing here in Britain. Sometimes it goes the other way. And of course, there's plenty of other countries that influence current fashion trends. But I'm just thinking, because I was looking at those websites, it gave me this little feeling, may never come to fruition, but it just gave me this feeling that I think by the end of the year, apatite's going to be a big gemstone here in the UK. Oh wow, look at this. And when we've got apatite of this quality, you can understand why it is so popular. Now, I'm not sure whether I have got the launch price incorrect, or whether there are some very astute jewellery makers out there who recognise the value and the potential for this gemstone. Because I've got people buying 2 strands, buying 3 strands. I've got one jewellery maker out there who's just bought 4 strands of this. So, unfortunately, we only have a limited number available, and it is quickly being snapped up. If you have even a little bit of you who wants to own this strand, or at least wants to see it in the flesh, start dialing the free phone number right now, because whenever we bring you a premiere launch of a superstar buy, we offer you an exclusive launch price. This is going to be your best, possibly your only opportunity to own this particular strand. And you can see how well regarded it is here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, because essentially our resident jewellery maker Sam has used it as the feature of her tiara design. I mean, it's a rich swimming pool blue, isn't it? A tropical blue. Perfect for your holiday designs. Okay, over half the stock's already been allocated to designs. To order, sorry. The reason I say that is I was just picking up Sam's alternative design. So have a look at this. Sam's put another design together using the apatite. That's gorgeous. Sam going above and beyond there to create a beautiful necklace design. I love that because it shows you the impact the gemstones themselves will make. Quite an elaborate sort of wire wrapping or wire twisting technique that's been used to create the tiara design, but this is just some classic gemstone beading. They've all been attached onto some beading thread, some simple chain to complete the design on the neckline. Subtle, simple, but very, very effective. And of course, you only have to use 5 of your very high-end gemstones to make a massive impact. Okay, over half the stock's now been allocated, so I think it's about time we got the exclusive launch price on screen, $14.95. This is some of the highest quality apatite we've ever been able to source for you here at JewelleryMaker, coming from our elite range, our Gems of Distinction range. And you can add it to your order right now for $14.95. I mean, even if you are caught in 2 minds here, even if you're not quite 100% about whether this is going to suit your designs, when you see it in the flesh, you will be 100%, because it is just so beautiful. I rarely see apatite with this kind of clarity, actually. Yes, you've got that rich swimming pool blue, but just have a look at that. Because it's been faceted, because of that clarity, the light's going to pass that through that gemstone and give you gorgeous amount of sparkle.
When they gave me this,
yes, Sam?
it was shining through the bag so much that I was like, oh,
Oh,
yeah,
even in the bag, it was sparkling. That's why you were excited about this project tonight, of putting together tiara design. If you have just tuned in to get hold of the Superstar buy, A, how naughty can you be? You've missed out on 3 hours and 59 minutes of non-stop deals. But you also missed out on this inspirational tiara design that Sam put together for us, featuring a lot of our Star Buy deals. So the shell pearl came as a treble deal. The tiara came as, well, one of the most incredible value deals I've ever seen. She's also used the twisted wire that we brought you as our starter for 5. All of these accent gemstones come from our 3mm Star Buy bundle, and then of course the crowning glory, and it actually is, the Sky Blue Apatite there, the faceted drops. And again, you don't need very many of those to make a massive impact on your design. So, $14.95 is our exclusive launch price. Hopefully you've felt inspired. If you have been inspired by Judith's design on my Facebook page, all you need is your shell pearl and then a little cluster of your Sky Blue Apatite to set as the feature on the neckline. They just go so well together, don't they? The shell pearl and the Sky Blue Apatite. That's why so many people taking advantage of this deal and multi-buying this particular strand. Congratulations. And of course, as ever, if you place this in your basket, please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Hate for anybody to miss out because, you know, you left it sitting in your basket. And I do have a lot of people coming through on the free phone number right now. Just enough time for me to say a massive thank you to everyone for getting involved with all the deals and for all the interaction we've had. A very special thanks to Sam for putting together these pieces of jewellery. So thank you, Sam. Thanks to all the guys for putting together the show, and make sure that you tune in tomorrow from 5 for more incredible deals. Thank you and good night.
Relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, a chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.